Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to one and all. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome all of you to the 8th National Seed Congress here at the historic city of Hyderabad. On behalf of Department of Agriculture and Cooperation, Govt of Telangana, in collaboration with Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, we take the pleasure to welcome you all to the 8th National Seed Congress. Quality seed for farmers, prosperity. Our ancient sages understood nature's ways far better than modern days' technologies. Our Upanishads well said, Om Purnamida Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. This creation is whole and complete. From the whole emerges creations, each whole and complete. Take the whole from the whole yet remains undiminished and complete. Here welcoming the great humans who have contributed for quality seed for farmers' prosperity. May we all put our hands together and welcome the esteemed dignitaries on the stage, please. Welcoming our chief guest of the day, Sri Pocharam Srinivas Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Horticulture, Sericulture and Animal Husbandry, Fisheries, Dairy Development and Seeds Corporation, Govt of Telangana. May I now request Sri Partha to present a bunch of flowers to our chief guest, Sri Pocharam Srinivas Reddy Garu. I take the pleasure to welcome Sri M. Veerabrahmaya, IAS, Managing Director, TSSDC, Hyderabad. I now invite Dr. Kent J. Bradford, Distinguished Professor, University of California, Davis, USA, onto the stage, please. May I also invite Sri R.K. Trivedi, Deputy Commissioner, QC, Krishi Bhavan, New Delhi, onto the stage, please. I also take the pleasure to welcome Dr. V. Praveen Rao, Special Officer, PJT, SAU, Hyderabad. We take the pleasure to welcome Sri L. Venkatram Reddy, Commissioner, Horticulture, onto the stage, please. We also welcome Sri M. Prabhakar Rao, Chairman and MD, Nuzuvidu Seeds Limited, Hyderabad. I take the pleasure to welcome Sri G.V. Bhaskar Rao, Mrs. Kaveri Seeds Limited, Hyderabad, onto the stage. And we also welcome Dr. K. Keshivalu, Professor and University Head, DSST, PJT, SAU, and Nodal Officer, 8th NSC. We also welcome Sri K. Vijay Kumar, Director, TS Seeds Certificate Agency. And we welcome Dr. A. Padmaraju, Vice Chancellor, onto the stage. And it gives us immense pleasure to welcome Srimati Usha Rani, IAS, DG Manage, onto the stage. Please put your hands together for all our dignitaries this morning onto the stage. I now request Dr. Kent to present a bunch of flowers to Sri Partha. I request Sri Praveen Rao to present a bouquet to Professor Kent. Sri Prabhakar Rao to present a bouquet to Sri Veerabrahmaya. Sri R.K. Trivedi to present a bouquet to Sri Praveen Rao. Sri R.K. Trivedi to present a bouquet to Sri Prabhakar Rao as well. Sri Veerabrahmaya to present a bouquet to Mr. Bhaskar Rao. Sri Keshivalu to present a bouquet to Venkatram Reddy. Sri Keshavalu to present a bouquet to Sri Vijay Kumar. Sri Veera Brahmaya to present a bouquet to Sri R.K. Trivedi. And I request Mr. Bhaskar Rao to present a bouquet to Sri Keshavalu. And I request Sri R.K. Trivedi to present a bouquet to Dr. Padmaraju. And to Srimati Usharani. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. To begin the proceedings, we seek the blessings of the Almighty. I now invite Akshaya and Srivani for the invocation song.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Sufalam, Malayaj Sitalam, Sasya Syamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Subrajosna Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Drumadhala Shobhini, Suhasini Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the inaugural ceremony by lighting the lamp. May I request all the dignitaries to join us to light the lamp and begin the session. Our chief guest, along with all the other dignitaries, would do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, 8th National Seed Congress here at the historic city of Hyderabad has been inaugurated. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We now have the introductory remarks by Shri C. Parthasarathi, APC and Secretary to Government, DAC Secretariat, Telangana State.
So, good morning everybody. I welcome you all of you to this prestigious National Seed Conference being held at not only Pearl City of Hyderabad but also Seed City of Hyderabad, because Hyderabad is the seed hub of entire country. I, at the outset, extend my warm welcome to the chief guest of this morning, Sri Pocharam Srinivas Reddy Garu, who is our Minister for Honorable Minister for Agriculture and all allied activities. He has been great strength to all of us, being himself a practicing farmer. He is very, very proactive in taking any decision in favor of farmer, for the welfare of farmer. We are fortunate that he is with us today to inaugurate this great event which is being held at Hyderabad. I welcome Srimati Ushaji. She was my college mate. She was my colleague. She is now Director General Manage, who has been kind enough to grace this occasion. I welcome Dr. Ken J. Bradford, Distinguished Professor, University of California, Davis, United States of America. He is a world-renowned seed scientist. Dr. Kent is collaborating with Agriculture University, Professor Jaishankar, Agriculture University for the past 5 years, and is extending professional and scientific expertise for the development of seeds technology in Telangana state. Shri Veera Brahmaya Garu, Managing Director, Telangana State Seed Development Corporation. Shri R.K. Trivedi ji, he is Deputy Commissioner of Quality Control and also Director NSRTC, and who is a very, very key person in the Government of India. And he is coordinating with our Nodal Officer, Professor Keshavlu, and both of them are jointly, organizing this event. They are carrying, major, responsibility of conducting this event, because it is a professional and technical conference. I welcome Dr. V. Praveen Rao Garu, Special Officer, Professor Jaishankar University, who is taking very keen interest in the development of our Agriculture University. I welcome Professor Padmaraj Garu, who is Vice Chancellor, AP Agriculture University. With all his expertise and experience, he has been a very great strength to us in all technical matters as, guide. I welcome Sri Venkatraman Reddy, Commissioner in charge Horticulture, who is taking very keen interest in developing micro-irrigation and greenhouse cultivation in Telangana state. I welcome M. Prabhakar Rao Garu, is a very key person in the seed industry, Chairman and Managing Director, Nuzividu Seeds, and also Shri G.V. Bhaskar Rao Garu, representing Kaveri Seeds. These are the two people representing two major giants of seed industry of Hyderabad. We are grateful to them for extending full cooperation in conducting event along with the entire team of seed industry. I welcome Sri Vijay Kumar Garu, who is now Director Seed Certification Agency, and Professor Keshavlu. He is head of the Department of Seed Science in Professor Jaishankar University, and he is the nodal officer carrying entire responsibility of convening this conference. We all know that seed is the basic, vital input for enhancing productivity of agriculture crops. It is said that seed alone, quality seed alone, will increase the yield of any agriculture crop to the extent of 15 to 20%. If other factors of production are also, complemented, the yield increase will be to the 30 to 40%. In essence, I mentioned that if we want to have strength in agriculture sector, it has to derive strength from seed sector. If some seed sector is strong in a particular state or the entire country, then agriculture of that state and country will be strong, and the country and state will be strong. That is the importance of seed in the agriculture sector. In the last decade, Indian seed sector as a whole witnessed an amazing growth rate of about 15%. If you compare with the global growth rate, which is around 3%, it's very high. And it is growing at a very amazing rate. Indian seed industry, it is estimated that it's valued around 16,000 crores now. And Indian seed sector occupies 5th largest position in the entire world. In spite of increased production in the hybrid or varieties, well-organized infrastructure both in the private sector and public sector, in spite of having well-trained manpower, skilled manpower, and scientific expertise, there are a lot of hurdles of seed, quality seed, reaching the poor farmer, a marginal farmer, a poor resource farmer, which is a challenge of this conference, how to reach this kind of farmer through our various programs, so that entire requirement of seed for the entire country is met through our programs and deliberations of this conference. It is in this context of identifying constraints and also analyzing various technological and policy options which are available before us. The present National Seed Congress, entitled Quality Seed for Farmers' Prosperity, is very appropriate. It is pertinent here to mention that the second green revolution, for which we are all looking and waiting, in the context of the fact that the food grain production has in the recent past reached a plateau, and there is no huge jump in the productivity, and in the context of a huge requirement in the years to come, seed particularly is having a lot of importance, not only for increasing productivity, in the context of fragmented land holdings and also challenge being posed by the climate change, which are very, very serious concerns for all of us. So far, the public sector largely focused on hybrids and also varieties, basically in food crops. It is cereals or pulses or oil seeds or to some extent vegetables, where there is high volume and low margin, which is dealt by public sector. On the other hand, the private sector has been a very, very dominant force in the hybrid sector, where the volume is low and profit margins are high. Now I feel it is time has come where private sector should come forward and join hands with the public sector to meet the requirement of those resource poor farmers we are talking about. At the same time, the public sector also should attempt jointly to market the public bred hybrids and high yielding varieties in a PPP mode. I make an appeal to this conference to work out modalities, how to do this, a joint combination of private and public sector in a regulatory framework which is given to us. Ultimately, it needs to be farmer-centered and welfare of the farmer is our ulterior motive. Last decade has witnessed a high level of awareness on quality seed with the farming community, which is reflected in a continuous rise of seed replication rate. We call it SRR in the entire country. And I make an appeal to this conference that the states who are representing this conference, you have to prepare your own state action plan to increase the levels of SSR in your states, respective states, because SRR in the entire country as a whole is not very high. Maybe Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, these are two states where you feel the seed replication rate is very high for all major crops. However, we lag behind still in pulses and oil seeds. I would like to draw the attention of all the delegates here that India, with its rich genetic diversity, varied agroclimatic conditions, availability of affordable and skilled manpower, availability of expertise, both in private sector and also public sector, in all our ICR institutions, state agriculture universities, all our research stations, has an immense potential for growth of seed sector, not only to meet the domestic requirements of our seed sector, but also to export our countries to various other countries, maybe in the Asian continent and African continent, where there is a huge demand for seed, and this will definitely add to the incomes of our farmers, even small farmers and marginal farmers. This is one issue I would like to pose before the conference. I also, in this context, draw the attention of Government of India with an earnest request, appeal to develop a roadmap and also an action-oriented plan with due consultation of all ICR institutions, state agriculture universities, as well as private industry, all these stakeholders who are involved. It is very pertinent here that one should develop a roadmap and an action plan to achieve this target. I hope these deliberations of this conference will definitely give strength to this line of thinking. I fail to do my duty if I don't mention about my own state, that is Telangana. Telangana, we are fortunate that it is blessed with very, very congenial climate, not only for production of seed, but also for storage of seed, because of reasonable temperatures and low relative humidity. Seed industry in Telangana is a combination of both private sector as well as public sector, and state agriculture universities contribution is there, and our research stations contribution is there. The seed replication rate is very, very high for all major crops in Telangana. I am very proud of it. You take it, hybrid rice, maize hybrid, various other crops, our SRR is very high. However, we need to improve still for our oil seeds and pulses, to some extent certain vegetables. More than 300 seed companies, including MNCs, whether companies are big, small or medium, they are located in Hyderabad. Their R&D facilities are located in Hyderabad. Their processing, packing, other auxiliary industries are located in Hyderabad. That's how the Hyderabad has become seed hub of India. More than 60% of seed required for entire country is being produced from Telangana state, which is being processed in Hyderabad in the private seed sector. Not only that, we also export maybe rice, maybe millets, maybe vegetable hybrid seed to various other countries in Asia and Africa. A world-class ISTA laboratory has been sanctioned to our Professor Jaishankar University in the recent past, and we are going to make operational. It is going to play a very, very important role in the days to come in extending its facilities for the seed industry. As per the direction of Honorable Chief Minister, we are missing him today along with our Central Minister because of exigencies. As per his direction, the Professor Jaishankar University has prepared an elaborate proposals with the crop colonies, and we would like to integrate our seed production with the crop colonies proposals so that it will definitely go a long way in enhancing seed production in Telangana state and helping the poor farmers to increase their incomes. We want to extend seed production in Telangana state to other alternate areas, non-traditional areas. In fact, our Chief Minister has made a request to private seed industry in the recent interaction with the industry to adopt villages so that our farmers are exposed to latest technological development in addition to promoting seed production in those villages. I feel that National Seed Congress provided an excellent platform for discussing various opportunities available for us, the constraints, the challenges in the sector, and also strength of our seed industry in the entire state and country, so that our objective is to make available entire required quantity of seed to our farming community in the country based on their requirement and their choice. I wish a grand success for this National Seed Conference. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next segment, remarks by Shri G.V. Bhaskar Rao, Mrs. Kaveri Seeds Limited, Hyderabad.
Good afternoon, everybody. I heartily welcome you to the seed city and pearl city of Hyderabad. respected Sri Pocharam Srinivas Reddy, Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Cooperation, Telangana State, Sri Parthasarathi Garu, IAS Chairman, 8th National Seed Congress, and the Special Secretary for Agriculture, Sri Veera Brahmaya Garu, IAS MD, Telangana State Seed Development Corporation, Dr. V. Praveen Rao Garu, Special Officer, Professor, Jayasankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Dr. A. Padmaraju, Vice Chancellor, Acharya N.G. Ranga, Agriculture University, Sri Dr. R.K. Trivedi, Deputy Commissioner, Madam Usharani Garu, Manage Sri M. Prabhakar Rao Garu, MD, Nuzuvid Seeds, and Dr. K. Shavulu, Convener 8th National Seed Congress, and Dr. Kent J. Brefford, Distinguished Professor, University of California, USA. Dr. Vijay Kumar, Additional Director, and ladies and gentlemen, my fellow seed company managing directors and distinguished officers who have come all the way from India. I deem it as a great honor and privilege that I have been asked to address the esteemed gathering for the 8th National Seed Congress. With growing population and need for more food, fiber and fodder, fuel and limitation on area expansion, it has been unanimously agreed that horizontal expansion is no more a choice. Hence, vertical expansion is the only best option to move forward. For this, improving productivity through good quality seeds of improved varieties and hybrids is the best possible alternative. Seed is the basic and critical vital input for enhancing and stabilizing productivity and harnessing higher economic returns per unit area. Time and input, seed is the carrier of production technology. Adequate quantity of seed, of good quality seed at an affordable price has to be available to the farmers to realize high yields. The Indian seed industry is growing at a faster rate of 15% per annum as compared to the rest of the world at 5% only. Indian seed industry is worth more than $2 billion. Agriculture to contribute to 14% of GDP and providing livelihood to more than 60 crore people in India. India is emerging as the 5th largest seed industry in the world. Exports of seed from India has been increasing and expected to grow many folds in near future. Telangana is bestowed with God gift of congenial climatic conditions to take up the seed production and seed processing around the year. The farmers are well versed with advanced seed production practices. Seed industry is generating livelihood and employment in rural area in seed production. Employment in manufacturing and R&D, the multiplier effect of the seed industry in generating employment is well recognized. About 400 seed companies, including MNCs, national, big and medium and small, have established their research and development and R&D facilities in and around Hyderabad, thus making Telangana the seed hub of India. Most of the seed required for the country in various crops is being produced in Telangana and supplied to the rest of the states of our country. India's hybrid seed production of about 90% is concentrated in Warangal and Karimnagar districts. 100% fodder sorghum and pearl millet is grown in Arbor, Nizamabad district. I strongly feel that there is a need to have a public and a private partnership for varietal and hybrid development frontier line of research, germplasm exchange. At present, it is a great challenge put forth in front of the plant breeders due to global warming, erratic rainfall, complex biotic and abiotic situations. Conventional plant breeding may not solve all the problems due to certain limitations. To augment the conventional breeding, there is a need to adopt biotechnological tools to develop varieties and hybrids to suit different environmental situations. I also request the State Agriculture University to introduce a postgraduate diploma in seed technology and plant breeding, keeping in view with seed industry needs so that we have trained manpower for the seed industry. Keeping in view the vision of maintaining Telangana the seed hub, I request the university to have a seed technology training institute to train the farmers for quality seed production. We request the government to treat seed industry as an agriculture due to season, nature, and help in developing policies conducive for labor employment. Given the vagaries of weather, we request crop insurance to be extended for seed production growers also. It is the dream of our beloved Chief Minister Sri K. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu that all the stakeholders come together to carve seed hub of Telangana as a seed capital of India. And we should also play a prominent role in the global seed trade. I hope that these 3 days of deliberation will give a fruitful results to improve the seed systems in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Prabhakar Rao, thank you for that address. We now move on to the next proceedings. I now request Mr. Prabhakar Rao, Chairman and MD, Nuzuvidu Seeds, to give his remarks.
Namaste and welcome to all of you. Sri Pocharam Srinivas Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister, and other dignitaries on the dais. I feel it's my privilege to be here and share a few thoughts with you on behalf of the National Seed Industry Association, to which I am the president now. Besides, as a practitioner of seed industry for more than 3 decades, I have participated in this National Seed Congress on a few occasions earlier, and I find this to be a very useful forum for the seed sector participants, including seed companies, the researchers who are involved in crop breeding, the machinery and other suppliers of the seed coating chemicals, etc. This is a great occasion for all of us to meet in one place, share our ideas and thoughts, work for the future growth of the industry. As has been stated by the speakers before me, we all know that seed contributes significantly to the crop productivity and enhancing the farmers' profitability. And Hyderabad plays a key role in production of many crops, more particularly the hybrids of rice, cotton, corn, pearl millet, etc., etc. Even the agriculture research is all centered around Hyderabad with more than 5 ICR institutes, the International Institute of ICRISAT. So this has created a very congenial environment for the R&D activities, which are the growth engine for the seed industry. And coupled with the suitable climate conditions, this city of Hyderabad and the new state of Telangana have become the hub for the seed sector. With the facilities available not only in Telangana but also in the neighboring states like Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, I think we will continue to play the seed capital role even in the future, producing seeds not only here but even in the neighboring states, as I stated. And also with the proximity to the markets, I think we will continue to play a key role. But more importantly, I see a great future for exporting the seeds out of India from here. Like the agrochemical sector, today if you look at them, more than what they sell in India, they are selling outside India. Same is the case with pharma, for which again Hyderabad happens to be the base. So we can follow some of the cues from these sectors and continue to improve our R&D abilities and look at markets outside India. So thereby, what we have been doing here in India, we can also do it outside India, particularly to those countries in Asian and African regions. We need certain support from the Government of India, some certain policy support from the Government of India in the form of easing the process of exports, the issue of phytosanitary certificates, the issues of making it easy to easy for the products to be evaluated in those countries, and harmonizing certain standards among the countries so that this potential can get realized very soon, helping the farmers of all those developing nations like the way we have done in our country. I am sure there will be a lot of interactions and exchange of ideas in this to the crop breeders who aim to develop better hybrids and varieties for the benefit of the farmers. I wish you all well and thank you very much for this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the remarks by Dr. Kent J. Braford, Distinguished Professor, University of California, USA.
And each time that I come, I'm more impressed with the seed industry here. I come from California, which very much sounds to me to echo many of the comments I've already heard. That is a combination of beneficial climate, industrious farmers, active industry, all serving the purpose of producing seeds for agriculture. So I very much identify with the theme here of the importance of locations like this, like Hyderabad, Telangana state, where it is possible to produce a variety of seeds, to conduct breeding activities, to improve crops and produce seeds that are valuable for all of agriculture. I also appreciated the comments of the need to have public-private partnerships. I will address that a little more in some comments I'll be able to make a little bit later. But we've discovered that that's very important. I think we've all discovered that plant breeding now is a very powerful force for good. That is, we can improve crops to try to meet the challenges of feeding the world. We have tools now that enable us to be very effective breeders. But we need partnerships between the private industry, where the majority of those breeders are employed, and the public sector, where most of them are trained. That is, if we allow the public sector to be removed from the operations of plant breeding and have active plant breeders in the public sector, it's very difficult to train effective professionals who can move into roles as professional breeders. So I encourage you to follow that path. We're trying to do that at the University of California, maintain active breeding programs in crops where it's appropriate, and have partnerships with our industry colleagues such that we can provide students, provide new professionals, and in the case of programs that I run, continuing education for the seed industry. The advance in science is so rapid now that no one can complete their complete career in the industry, particularly the seed industry, without continual and ongoing education. So that's another important role for the public sector. So let me just, I do not want to take a lot of time. I appreciate the being up here to share the dais with these very distinguished people. I'm here as a scientist and as a visitor. I appreciate the opportunity very much. And I just want to salute you on the strength, diversity, and success of the Indian seed industry. Clearly, this is a location that we should be working with. Dr. Kunasoth and I have discussed many times that places like this, California, Hyderabad, the Netherlands, certain places around the world are known as centers of seed and breeding activity. We should be cooperating globally to assure that the best practices, the best knowledge gets distributed among those locations. So I welcome the opportunity to be here and be a messenger for that, and I look forward to speaking with any of you who have those goals as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ken. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request our chief guest, Sri Pocharam Srinivas Reddy, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Horticulture, Sericulture and Animal Husbandry, Fisheries, Dairy Development and Seed Corporation, Government of Telangana, to address the gathering.
The Chairman, National 8th Seed Congress, respected Sri Parasarathi Garu, who is our Principal Secretary and most experienced officer. He did PG Agriculture also. Another Madam, respected Srimati Usharani Garu, DG Manage. She worked as a collector, Commissioner Agriculture, and now is DG Manage. She is also most experienced in agriculture field. And Parasarathi and Usharani both are classmates. Respected Sri Veera Brahmam, our MD, Seed Corporation. Respected Kent J. Bradford, Distinguished Professor, University of California. Respected R.K. Trivedi, Deputy Commissioner Quality Control, Director NSRTC, Department of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Respected Sri Praveen Rao, our Special Officer, Professor Jayasankar, Telangana State Agriculture University. L. Venkatram Reddy, In charge Commissioner, Horticulture. Respected Sri Padmaraj Garu, Vice Chancellor, Andhra Agriculture University. Sri Vijay Kumar Garu, Additional Director, Seeds. Sri Prabhakar Rao Garu, CMD, Nujibid Seeds. Sri G.V. Bhaskar Rao Garu, Kaveri Seeds. Today, we have come from all over India, professors, scientists, scholars, students, seed process industry, other officials, ladies and gentlemen. First, I thank the Government of India for giving this opportunity to have this 8th National Congress, Seed Congress. As all of you are aware that the Telangana state is the 29th state of the country. Newly born state. Just 16 months back only we were born. Under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. From the beginning of the taking up charge of this government, his dream is Telangana shall become seed bowl of the country. I hope with help of from all angles, from all of you. Definitely, Telangana will become not only seed bowl of country, it will become seed bowl of the world also. Because Telangana is endowed with congenial climatic conditions which are suitable for seed production of different crop varieties in field and vegetable crops. Best quality seed is produced due to congenial climate prevailing in the state, and the farmers have gained considerable experience and attained skills in seed production of different crops over past 4 decades in Telangana state. As you are aware that in Telangana state, there are departmental seed industries are there, and near about 400 private seed process units are there. One more thing, all put together in our state, all these seed industries put together producing 670 metric tons per hour in Telangana itself. Just now our Parsarji told us 60% of the seed being supplied from state only to the entire country. And also we are exporting the seed near about 14 countries in the entire world. At present, 2.9 lakhs hectares of farmers, 2.9 hectares in producing seed. Near about 2 lakhs farmers are involved in this seed production. Not only seed, recently our government take a good stand to select good farmers under Seed Village program. Our total this year 2015 Kharif program, we have selected 1458 villages under Seed Village program. The farmers are involved 36,450. The area is involved 14,500 hectares. The expected quantity in quintals 3,30,000 quintals under Seed Village program. And also recently, our Honorable Chief Minister himself has conducted a meeting with all seed industry representatives. We requested them. We have in Telangana 119 consensuses, assembly consensuses. Out of that, near about 100 assembly consensuses are rural area consensuses. Remaining 19-20 are urban consensuses. We requested, our Honorable Chief Minister also requested to all seed industry people to adopt at least in beginning one village from each consensus. There are 100 consensus, rural consensus. One village, at least for one each industry. So industry people also positively agreed. Within short time, we will implement this program also. Because by seeing all these records, wherever farmers are coming forward to produce seed, they are getting good earnings. All over country it is there. So to get more income and good seed, quality seed, this helps the farmers community. Seed is the most critical input for productive modern agriculture. In the significant advances that have been made in agriculture sector in the last 5 decades, the role of the seed sector has been substantial. The expansion of seed industry has occurred in parallel with growth in agricultural productivity. The organized seed industry of the country is just 50 years old, yet its growth has been phenomenal. The seed industry in India in general and Telangana in particular is no more confined to just production and marketing of seed. It has acquired lot of technological strength to cater to the varietal needs of the farming community. Always, our Honorable Chief Minister, in every meeting, used to tell, Telangana should become seed bowl of India. With your all help, I hope the Telangana will become seed bowl of world. From farmer point of view, availability of quality seed at an affordable cost is the prime concern of the farmer. This can be achieved only by coordinated effort of all the stakeholders, namely public and private industry and government. Having the best climate for production and storage of seed, the state of Telangana has the potential to become even seed bowl of the world, and the Seed Congress should come out with strategies to realize the goal. From seed industry point of view, Telangana state is bestowed with suitable climate for seed production. There is a lot of scope for profitable business and international seed trade, especially to Southeast Asia and African countries. National Seed Congress will open up new vistas for creating demand for public bred varieties and hybrids, and also to bring out public-private partnership for promotion of seed sales of public varieties, and also to strengthen our universities. This workshop is useful to academicians, researchers, seed growers, scholars, and students from various organizations, and it will facilitate the scientific community to update and revise their respective program to cater the needs of seed industry as well as farmers. In future, Telangana in turn contributes to production of high quality seeds and exporting to the other countries Hyderabad, therefore, as supply occupied a preeminent position in world seed trade. Telangana seed industry has always strived to make available for our farmers quality seed to help them earn good returns from their enterprises. Farmers now have access to best of the technologies and are benefited from the products they are using, but marginal farmers and resource-poor farmers, tribal farmers are not able to access the quality seed. Because in our state, there are 55.37 lakhs holdings. Out of that, 62% are marginal farmers. 24% are small farmers. Now, in entire country, this may be same. The government is determined to revive the defunct seed farms to transform seed production activities into a profitable venture in order to induce much needed stimulus to the farming community. In this regard, I also request the seed producers and stakeholders to put best efforts to supply quality seed to the remote farming communities in the state and country also. I would request the seed companies to extend their support in stopping pilferage in seed production programs. One more thing I had here. This is 8th conference. In India, we have already completed 7th Seed Congress conferences. Today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we are sitting here. We will discuss in so many aspects regarding seed production, quality and quantity, how to help the farmers. Ultimate goal is, in the entire state, our farmers are observing what this seed congress will give benefit to the farmers. In what way it will be help to the farmers. The farmers are watching. Definitely, the 3 days conference must move towards the farmers' welfare. Just I am asking all of you, I request all of you, this is 8th conference. The first 7 conference are already over. What resolution was passed in first 7 seed congress conferences? What were the resolutions? Out of that, how many are implemented? How many are helpful to the farmer? That is the main thing. I request all of you, while discussing, while presenting your presentation, kindly take priority, give priority towards the farmer welfare. If farmer is there, entire industry will survive. If farmer is not there, no industry will survive. I request all of you, our discussions, our resolutions, our recommendations must be pro-farmer. Recently, National Crime Records of Bureau, they have recorded 2,70,940 farmers have committed suicides since 1995. Why suicides are coming in large way? If you calculate even today, 46 farmers are suiciding every day. Every half an hour, one farmer suiciding. With these recommendations, with our suggestions, gradually the farmers community shall be benefited financially, mentally, physically. Gradually the suicides should come down. Because this is a national conference, 8th National Seed Congress Conference. All over the world you have come here, all over country you have come here. This 3 days program, your recommendations, your suggestions should be pro-farmer. Anyway, industry is there. Without farmer, there is no industry. Without farmer, there is no food. For everything, farmer service is required. For that, once again, I request all of you, this 3 days discussion should be in that way. Now, our Bhaskar Rao garu asked 2 demands. One is PG course in seeds. Definitely, our government is strengthening our universities and research stations. Our Honorable Chief Minister also recently conducted a meeting with our scientists and professors. Whatever amount is required for strengthening of research stations, the government is willing to give. So, our Bhaskar Rao garu, what is requested to start the PG course in seed, definitely we will introduce PG course in seed industry, definitely. And one more thing, he asked for insurance. That is also can be considered, because all small farmers, big farmers and other farmers, when they are taking loan from the banks, the bank people are collecting premium and they are introducing and they are including their name in insurance scheme. For this seed producers also, definitely the government will think of all these things, will take a positive decision also. With this, I am sure that National Seed Congress 2015 will deliberate on the issues which help farmers. Once again, I am requesting in making it more remunerative. I am happy to inform that this year we have taken up seed production of soybean on a huge scale in Telangana state also. Every time we used to get soybean seed from Madhya Pradesh, 250,000 quintals. So this year, with the help of our institutions, we ourselves encouraged farmers. This year, we are producing in first time near about 1 lakh quintals of soybean in our own state. With this, I wish this Seed Congress a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives us immense pleasure to welcome Shri A.K. Srivastava, Special Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. A hearty welcome to you, sir. We now move on to a seed-related audio-visual, Telangana Seed Bowl of India. May we have the promo, please?
Being a tropical region under the equator, India has been a fertile soil for agriculture for more than 10,000 years. Villages by providing small and medium processing and storage facilities within the reach of every farmer. Thus, the potentiality of seed produce is doubling up by the day. Telangana is blessed with two major rivers, the Godavari and Krishna, flowing through the cross-section of the state and providing ample water resources. The age-old legacy of water tanks since pre-Satvahana era till the Nizams have been the assets of irrigation and farming in Telangana. Therefore, the latest Kakatiya mission, initiated after minutely studying the topography and rainfall pattern in Telangana, is helping strengthen the irrigation infrastructure and improve the water resources of the state. Some of the top seed-producing companies of the country have recognized these advantages and have invested on huge infrastructure for research and processing in and around Hyderabad. They set up state-of-the-art technology for mass produce of seeds, thus supporting a scientific and structured growth of the seed industry. Several research institutions are also located in Telangana that are shouldering the responsibility of being pillars of support to analyze the climatic conditions, evaluate the potential and help in enhancing and guiding the output of the industry from start to success. The government of Telangana, under the able leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri K. Chandrasekhar Rao, is heading to lead the seed produce of India and offering a promise to be one of world's potential for seed produce. Telangana, the seed bowl of India.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to a release of publications by our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Pocharam Srinivas Reddy Garu. Brochure, Telangana State, the Seed Bowl of India. May I request you to kindly do the honor, sir? All the dignitaries on the stage to join. Ladies and gentlemen, the vision of our Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana State, the Seed Bowl of India. Please put your hands together. That was the brochure. And another publication will be released, Compendium of Papers and Abstracts of the Symposium. May I request our Honorable Chief Guest to do the honors. I request Mr. R.K. Trivedi to present a memento to Professor Kent. Shri R.K. Trivedi to present a memento to Mr. Praveen Rao. I request Mr. Trivedi to present a memento to Dr. Padmaraju. And to Dr. Usha Raju. I'm sorry, Usha Rani. I request Dr. Keshavalu to present a memento to Sri Prabhakar Rao.
Don't forget Padmaraju also. This is
To Sri Bhaskar Rao. To Sri Vijay Kumar. And I request Sri Keshavalu to present a memento to Sri Trivedi. I request Sri Keshavalu to present a memento to Sri Srivastava.
next. How many are left? One. No, not that. Mementos.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We now have the remarks and vote of thanks by Sri R.K. Trivedi, Deputy Commissioner, QC, Krishi Bhavan, New Delhi. Before that, may I request Sri A.K. Srivastava to address the gathering, please.
Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Telangana, Mr. Parsarthi, Agricultural Production Commissioner, Mr. Prabhakar Rao, Chairman NSAI, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to compliment the Government of Telangana for organizing such a prestigious event in the true manner in which it should have been organized. The gathering which I am seeing here is far bigger than any similar gathering which I have seen in the past few years. And the amount of pain and effort which have been taken by the Telangana government team headed by Mr. Parsarthi and of course with the blessings of the Agriculture Minister, they are truly remarkable. Now, as we all know, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Hyderabad, this is the seed hub of the country. So most of our country's seed requirements come from here, this place. So we are really blessed to have this 8th National Congress here in Hyderabad. Now, I will come to a few fundamental things which I would like, because I am presuming that there will be many state government representatives also here. First of all, in our country, we have got a huge setup. We have got about 100 ICR institutes. We have got about 68 state agriculture universities, 2 plus 1, 3 central universities, and they are all engaged in the field of research, more so in the seed sector as also in the multifaceted characters of agriculture. So there is no dearth of research efforts which are there in the seed sector. What is important is that this research should be translated into the field. It should go to the farmers. So I will urge upon all of you present here that in your deliberations today, tomorrow and day after, please think about it, please deliberate on this. How to carry forward the research from the lab to the land. This is one very important aspect which I feel should get its due place. Now we have a very robust regulatory system. As you know, we have the apart from the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Agriculture, of which we are a member, and there also India is perhaps the only country with the richest agricultural biodiversity. I think we have got about 3 to 5 lakh accessions out of a total of about 7 lakh accessions which are there in the ITPGRFA. It is an international treaty, so India is a very esteemed member of that. Now this plant genetic resources which other countries also have and which our own country has got to offer into that pool, this should be made use of by the scientists of this country to develop more better varieties and to improve the agricultural productivity of this country. Apart from that, we have a very robust an act to protect farmers' varieties, which is called the PPVFR, a Plant Protection of Farmers' Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act. So now under this act, the farmers' varieties as well as the seed producers, they get their intellectual property rights registered. This kind of a system is unique for this country. Normally, this intellectual property is going into the patent laws and all that. In India, we have a separate act for the seed sector. So this, I hope, will give a boost to the seed sector in this country in the times to come. One thing which I would like to request and exhort the state governments, we have a concept of seed rolling plan. So whatever seeds are produced this year, remember, certified seeds which are produced this year, remember that the cycle started 3 years back. 3 years back, we got the breeder seeds, then we converted them into foundation seeds next year, and the next year we converted them into certified seeds, then again into further multiplication of certified seeds. Therefore, when you are as a state, when you are short of seeds, please don't go in for short-term tenders. It is much better to go in for long-term memorandum of understanding with the state seed agencies. In Government of India, we have the National Seed Corporation. So long-term MOUs would be far more useful than going in for short-term tender, because the likelihood of grains being sold as seeds is quite high, and that also can lead to a lot of decline in productivity. I will not take much of your time. I am very thankful and grateful to all of you, especially the Honorable Agriculture Minister, for having graced this occasion. I wish this Congress the best of success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Shri R.K. Trivedi, remarks and vote of thanks, please.
Good afternoon to everybody. As we have now come to the close of this inaugural session of 8th National Seed Congress, it's my prime duty to extend the vote of thanks. First of all, I extend our vote of thanks especially on behalf of myself, on behalf of Government of India, and also on behalf of Organizing Committee, the Honorable Agriculture, Horticulture, Sericulture, Animal Husbandry, Fisheries, Dairy Development, Seed Corporation, Minister, Government of Telangana, Honorable Sri Pocharam Srinivas Reddy ji, for sparing his valuable time for inaugurating this 8th National Seat Congress. In fact, sir, the valuable guidance, suggestions and directions given by you in your inaugural speech will set the path for discussion and deliberation in the 8th National Seat Congress. In fact, sir, the Honorable Chief Minister of Government of Telangana, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Union Agriculture Minister, and the Minister of State and Agriculture, Dr. Sanjeev Bulyan, they had supposed to come, but because of some exigency, they may not able to attend, but their blessings are always with us in this, for this 8th National Seat Congress. Sir, I extend my heartiest thanks to Sri A.K. Srivastava Sahab, Special Secretary, Government of India. Despite his very tight and busy schedule, he is able to attend this 8th Seat Congress, especially in this inaugural session. And in fact, he has also deliberated his valuable suggestions for having discussions in the 8th National Seat Congress. We heartily thankful to you, sir, on behalf of the organizing committee as well as from the technical committee of this 8th National Seat Congress. Sir, I also extend my vote of thanks to Sri Parthasarathi Garu, IAS, IPS and Secretary Agriculture, Government of Telangana, for sharing and holding this responsibility for convening the 8th National Seat Congress. In fact, sir, only his dynamic leadership and untired efforts made this Congress to be held here in the Hyderabad. In fact, when the Government of India decided where to organize this Seat Congress, in fact, the Hyderabad came in our mind, and the only realized because of Sri Parthasarathi Garu's sincere efforts. So we are heartily thankful to him on behalf of the organizing committee also. Thank you, sir. We are also thankful to the Prabhakar Rao ji, Chairman, President, National Seed Association of India, and also CMD, Nijur Seed Company, who had delivered his lecture here in the inaugural session and also supported for organizing this Seed Congress. We are also thankful to Sri A. Padmaja Raju, Vice Chancellor, Angrao, for gracing this occasion. We are also thankful to Dr. V. Praveen Rao, Special Officer, Jayasankar Prasad, Agriculture University and Technology, for attending this Congress. Sir, we are thankful to Director General Manage, Mrs. Usha Rani, for attending this Seat Congress. We are also thankful to Special Officer, Jayasankar Prasad, University of Agriculture, V. Praveen Rao. We are thankful to Dr. Kent Brafford, Distinguished Professor, University of California, in fact, who has come all along such a long distance to attend this Seat Congress, and also he is going giving a lead lecture in the Seat Congress, and by his presence, it has given an international look to this Seat Congress. So we are thankful to him, sir. We are also thankful to Commissioner Horticulture, Government of Telangana, Sri Venkat Reddy ji. We are thankful to Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Telangana State Seed Corporation, Mr. Brahmaya ji. We are thankful to Mr. Bhaskar Rao, Kaveri Seeds. We are very thankful to him, sir. We are also thankful to, in fact, there are so many persons who are associated
I've waited so long. I've waited so long. I've waited so long.
Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, another 15 minutes we would begin the technical session. May we request all of you to kindly assemble in the auditorium. Thank you.
Waited so long. I've waited so long. I've waited so long. I've waited so long. lines of my face. Would you know me now? Not here in my place.
You can make announcement meanwhile. It's already, we are behind the schedule.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the technical session. The theme, Advances in Seed Science for Future Food Security. The chairperson, A.K. Srivastava, IAS, Special Secretary, DAC, Government of India, New Delhi. May I invite him onto the stage, please. Co-chairman, Dr. Peter Cadbury, Deputy Director General Research, ICRISAT, Hyderabad. We have another surprise, co-chairperson, Dr. Benny from ISTA, Secretary General. Welcome to the session. And rapporteurs would be Basava Gowda from Raichur and Dr. A.K. Mishra and R.S. Bahaduria. Welcome to the session. Who will start?
Speak in a Canberra or City Canberra.
ఓకే ఫస్ట్ ఈయన్నే పిలవాలా
పిలిచేసి వచ్చి పెట్టుకోవాలంటారు.
ఓకే Ladies and gentlemen, the lead speaker, Dr. Ken Bradford, University of California, USA. The topic, Seed Technology for Farmers, Prosperity and Food Security. Want a cordless mic?
Cordless.
Cordless mic.
Are we ready? Are we ready, Kashmir? There we go. Okay. Okay. Well, thanks to those of you who are here.
Chairman will announce for you, please.
Okay, that's fine.
Dr. Peter Carberry, Deputy Director General Research, ICRISAT, and co-chairman of this session. Dr. Benjamin Kaufman, co-chairman of this session. And friends, we are starting a bit late, so therefore I propose to restructure this session into two parts. We will first have the first two topics before lunch and try to do it by 2:30 p.m. Each topic of 20 minutes, including a 3 or 5 minute discussion at the end of the topic. So I presume that the topic will be of 15 minutes and the discussion will be of 5 minutes thereafter. And then we break for lunch at 2:30 p.m. and reassemble after about 45 minutes here itself. We have lost about half an hour, so we will make it up by curtailing a little bit of time in our lunch break. So I welcome Dr. Kent Bradford from the University of California, USA. I would request him to give his talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Now I understand the protocol. I'm sorry to jump the gun, but appreciate the opportunity to present this today. I know that we're a little bit pressed for time, so I will try to give a little less rather than speak fast. So hopefully you can understand me. I am the director of the Seed Biotechnology Center at UC Davis, as well as a professor of plant sciences. So let me speak just a little bit about that program and how it relates to some of the things here before I give the technical presentation. Where we start is from this triangle, that is breeding, has a very long history, genomics somewhat less, biotechnology also somewhat less. But these three components...
You can use the point.
I can point where?
No, that's right. Here.
Point here.
It's working.
It won't show on the screen. It has to be green to show on the screen.
Yeah. It's not.
It doesn't show, you have to be green.
It's okay.
That's okay. I think they're self-explanatory. The point that we like to make is that seeds are in the middle of this for annual crops. That is, seeds are the way that these breeding technologies will get delivered to farmers. So we've already seen the introduction of input traits that are imported in the field. Output traits are starting to appear that are being delivered through seeds. And there are many applications in breeding itself, in seed production, such as making hybrids, for example, in seed technology in terms of improving seed quality, that have yet to be fully utilized. Together, these should lead to improved economic value and consumer and environmental benefits. But for those of us who are seed people, the key point is that seeds are the delivery system for advances in crop improvement. So at our center, 15 years ago, we started a program called the Seed Biotechnology Center, fully in partnership with our seed industry in California, where we conduct research on both breeding and seed technology. We also conduct education. We promote undergraduate, graduate education, but we also offer professional training and education, continuing education programs, and we also do public service as a source of public science-based information and communications. As I said, we've been doing that about 15 years. About 4 years ago, we teamed with Francois Korn, who's the founder and owner of SeedQuest, which some of you may know as a website important in the global seed industry, with the idea that together we could create something called Seed Central that would energize the seed industry cluster around UC Davis. So for example, I think I skipped a slide there. This is a map of the central part of California. UC Davis is located there, as you can see. There's about 80 seed industry companies there and about 400 in our state. I know there are about 500 around Hyderabad, so very similar situation. There's a concentration of seed companies surrounding a university. We created this organization called Seed Central to facilitate communication between the industry and the university, to promote collaborative research, and to attract more companies and individuals and provide more jobs for our graduating students. So this organization has been quite successful. There's a panel discussion tomorrow about a similar topic, and I'll be able to tell more there. But I see great opportunities here for reproducing a similar type of organization in this area in cooperation with the universities and other public research facilities in this area. And in furtherance of this, Dr. Keshavulu and I have recently signed a memorandum of understanding between UC Davis and Telangana State Agricultural University to pursue this. It's one of the reasons that I've been fortunate enough to be invited here. Let me go on with my presentation. As I'm sure is well known to this group, high quality seed is a foundation of agriculture. So I think it was mentioned earlier today that high quality seed alone can increase yields. Good seeds deliver many genetic improvements in yield, pest resistance, consumer quality factors. They don't contain weeds, pathogens, other things that can restrict yields in the future. But they also have to have high physiological quality so that they can germinate rapidly and uniformly and tolerate stresses. When that doesn't happen and we have low plant populations at the start of a crop, it's very difficult to recover from that. So this is probably too small for many of you to read. It's just a series of steps that are required in growing high quality seed. One is the breeding, variety development, then commercial seed production, the post-harvest cleaning and conditioning. There are other treatments and enhancements that we'll hear about on this program. Drying and storage is what I will focus on, and then feedback from that to improve all of these steps. All of this should create a product that is genetically true to the type of the variety, it's free from diseases and weeds, and has high quality or vigor for the farmer's use. As I said, given the audience, you know most of these things very much more better than I do. I want to focus particularly on one component, seed drying and storage, where we've been doing some research in recent years. We've had for quite a long time ways, equations, models, and so on that will demonstrate the effects of high seed moisture content on longevity. That's just illustrated here for pepper seeds, for example, stored at a relatively warm temperature. And as evident, as the storage relative humidity increases, the seed quality declines, such that seeds stored at high humidities deteriorate very quickly. Whereas, as you can see, if we actually dry seeds below 30%, down to 10, 15, 20% relative humidity, which is quite dry, those seeds actually retain viability for a long time, even at a relatively high temperature. So this has made clear that really inadequate drying and storage of seeds is one of the most crucial factors contributing to rapid loss of seed quality. So as I talked about humidity, let me just refresh your memory that equilibrium relative humidity and moisture content are essentially interchangeable. That is, if we enclose seeds in a sealed vessel, the relative humidity of the air over those seeds will be in equilibrium with the seed and is an indication of the moisture content. Now, what that moisture content is depends upon the type of seed. So we have higher moisture contents at a given humidity for low oil or starchy seeds than we do for high oil seeds. So in many cases, we're moving more toward using relative humidity as a criterion or a measure of seed moisture, since it's applicable across all types of seeds, and we don't have this issue. So I will talk about moisture content or humidity more or less interchangeably. This is a diagram. It's a bit complex, but the basic points are quite straightforward. And in fact, this diagram is from Eric Roberts from 1973. So we've known this information for a very long time. That is, what are the bad things that can happen to seeds depending upon their moisture content and temperature? And if you just look at where the arrow points, it shows that if we can dry seeds below equilibrium with about 65% humidity, fungi can no longer grow. So basically, we can stop molds, fungi, in storage simply by drying below about 65% equilibrium relative humidity. Insects are a little hardier, but if we dry below about 35% humidity, insects are unable to grow as well. So what this indicates is that if we just use drying alone, we can in fact take care of the major problems of storage. And in fact, that little box there indicates a situation or a spot where dryness alone without refrigeration can give us storage for 1 to 10 years without any refrigeration. In fact, that box is between 20 and 35 degrees centigrade, fairly warm storage. Nonetheless, once we dry seeds enough, we can get quite good longevity from it. And we don't have these fungi and insect problems. So now I'll talk a little bit about relative humidity because, again, it's important in the story. We now have many ways to measure relative humidity. There are fairly sophisticated water activity measurement instruments like the Aqualab and so on. But also we now have very inexpensive electronic meters. So the one shown on the right, the one showing 69% is just about $3 US to have that electronic meter. Or there are analog meters that are also quite inexpensive. So it's not hard to measure moisture content, relative humidity, which is the same as moisture content. Also, as you notice on the lower left side, there's also now pH paper, essentially for humidity. That is, it looks like pH paper, but it measures humidity. This is a development that we've come across that we think is very important for pragmatic measurement of humidity. A project I'm going to describe soon brought us to many places to talk about seed storage. And the biggest problem we found was really lack of awareness and knowledge of what the humidity is. That is, if you're storing seeds, they will equilibrate to the ambient humidity. If you don't know what the humidity is, you don't really know how you're storing your seeds because most of them are in porous sacs where the moisture will go right through. So a way to measure accurately either equilibrium relative humidity or moisture content is very important. These simple strips change color. They change from blue when it's dry to pink when it's moist and give a very simple indication. So for example, I did a simple experiment. I put some fairly moist seeds in a container, put a strip in, and you can see in 5 minutes it turns pink. Now, it's not so wet, it takes a little bit longer, but it takes only half an hour at the most, even with dry seeds, to see this change. So simply comparing the color back to the chart, we can determine what the seed moisture content is by comparing that to the relative humidity chart. So really now we can say very easily that either with a meter where you have a specific number or a simple indicator strip like this, we can now say, depending on the reading you get from that simple measurement with some seeds in a closed container, what potential storage lifetime is. That is from very good, down around 20% humidity or below, up to extremely poor, up above 70 or 80%, where you also are going to have other types of problems. So we now have a fairly straightforward way to measure and monitor seed moisture content. So there are many seed drying methods. Air drying is almost universal. It's used almost everywhere. Some of these pictures are from Nepal and India themselves. But also, of course, there's very high, sophisticated heated air dryers as well. A picture in the lower center is also from India. So there's many facilities available on a large scale for drying seeds. Now, a new way, though, that we've been working on is using desiccants. So large equipment is not available in all places, and it's also heated air is not all that effective at high humidities. So we could talk about that later. But desiccant drying has the effect, the benefit that we have shown that it's effective. It simply pulls the moisture from the seeds and is attracted by either silica gel or something, or as we're showing here, drying beads, which are a ceramic essentially that will hold and bind water very tightly. It's provided by our collaborators at Rhino Research. This is a project to investigate this was funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development. So basically all you have to do is enclose the seeds in a container with these beads. The water will move to the beads, the seeds will be dry. You can remove the beads, heat them in an oven to regenerate them, and just reuse them indefinitely. They're essentially like ceramic, so they're very long lasting. So here's some data from our colleague, Dr. Keshavulu, and his colleagues here in Hyderabad. Let me walk you through this data because it's a little bit small for you to see, I'm sure. But basically, seeds were stored, these are onion seeds, they were stored in open bags on the left side or after drying with these beads, and then in a closed container on the right side. So in open storage, the moisture content varied with the humidity of the ambient air over the year. It's a year of storage we're seeing, but approximately 9%. After 1 year of storage, in those open conditions, the germination was down to 40%. So basically the value of those seeds is gone. So as you can see, within a few months of open storage in this condition, which was in Nashik, the seed quality was gone. Other seeds of the same lot were dried using these beads to about 5% moisture content, stored then in closed vessels, containers to prevent rehydration. And you can see a year later, we have about the same germination as we started, 85% germination, lost nothing. This just reproduces what I showed earlier in this slide about low moisture content, low humidity storage can greatly extend the life of the seeds. This is without any type of cooling or refrigeration. Dr. Keshavulu and his group have done this also. On the left is sunflower, on the right is soybeans, and in our project we've tried a large number of different agronomic and vegetable seeds. Consistently, as you might expect, when we lower the moisture content and store seeds compared to higher moisture content storage, we have much longer storage life. So that, I think, is well known. We've just confirmed that now many times. We've shown that this type of drying is actually not only effective, it's also fairly gentle on seeds because it does not require heating as heated air drying does. An added bonus, as I mentioned earlier, is that we can dry seeds quite dry, again, very gently by just absorbing moisture, to the point where now insects can't grow either. So again, from Dr. Keshavulu's work, on the left side you can see damage that's been done by seeds stored, two seeds stored. Here they were inoculated with insects, so they purposely inoculated them, and sure enough, in open cloth bags, those beetles, bruchids, propagated very extensively and consumed most of the seeds, whereas on the right side you can see that the beetles actually died, and actually the seeds are completely protected simply by drying and storage in packages. So, take a slight detour here just to introduce a topic. Some of you may be familiar, if you're in the vegetable industry, fresh produce industry, with the cold chain. The cold chain in fresh produce means that you cool the product almost immediately after harvest, and then you keep it cold throughout the transport, storage, marketing, distribution chain. So it's called a chain because if anybody breaks it, that is if someone puts the pallet on the loading dock and leaves it for a day, it's broken. That produce is ruined. So you have to have a complete chain for it to work, and it has to be cold. So of course this requires refrigerated transport, it requires refrigerated storage, and so on. We propose a similar concept, but the dry chain for dry commodities, where in the dry chain we would harvest, we would dry that, initially dry it in air, that's great, but probably to get the most longevity we would dry that further, perhaps using drying beads, for example, so that we get down to very favorable moisture contents. And then packaging, that's the key. That is, put this commodity in a hermetic package that will prevent moisture movement, so that when you then store that and the monsoon comes later and the air humidity goes up, the moisture content stays low. So the combination of the drying and the packaging really constitutes the chain. You can see I've got this picture in transport. These guys are dumping out the seeds from packages, exposing them to the air again. Our concept is put it in a plastic bag and leave it in a plastic bag or whatever container until you're finished with it. So don't be opening it, exposing it to humid air. Then you can get things either to the consumer or to farmer for planting in good shape. So again, the key concepts of the dry chain: harvest seeds and using the same procedures currently used, air dry. When that's not dry enough, sometimes it is. Sometimes the climate is such that it's very good and that's all you need. We would still recommend putting it in a hermetic bag, in a container, and or using drying beads to dry it further. Get it to a low moisture content, and then keep that product in a hermetic package for the rest of its lifetime. This would be a way to ensure quality all the way through the cycle, whether it's a commodity or for seed. So this is sort of summarized in this diagram, which shows on two axes, wet and dry on the vertical axis and cold and warm on the horizontal axis. So it's very, very simple. If you look up in the upper right quadrant, the pour, what that means is that hardly anything post-harvest stores well at warm, wet conditions. Neither fresh produce nor seeds like to be warm and wet. When we look at produce, fresh produce, you really can't dry them. They're fresh. It's lettuce, it's tomatoes. You can't dry them, so all you can do is cool them. So for fresh products, we have the cold chain. But for dry products, we have other choices. So for example, we can just take them and dry them, get them to low moisture contents, and even though it's still fairly warm, that's actually pretty good. That is, we have them now in a situation where we get intermediate storage without much problem. Now, if we can cool them after drying, that's even better. Long-term germplasm storage, stock seed, and so on, where you want longer time, certainly cooling is beneficial, but moisture content reduction is the most important. So I'll just say that we are working with various groups, including this group, Bioversity International. It's a CDIR center, for example, in Delhi. They are actually implementing this even on a smaller scale, that is in local communities, to create germplasm banks for local farmers to save their own germplasm, their own seeds, in a dry condition, or for farmers who are going to save their seed to deposit their seeds, have it dried, stored for them for the next year's planting, and so on. We really see this as potentially a nucleus for creating community-based drying services. That is, this could be used not only for seeds, but many things could be brought to a community-based service, dried using either desiccants or whatever system, with the facilities for packaging, and the consumer or the farmer could take that home, assured that it would last much longer. Another key point when we think beyond seeds, when we think about grain commodities and so on, which are in fact seeds, huge problems in the world of spoilage and loss. Up to 30% of the productivity of agriculture is lost prior to the consumer, that is, between harvest and consumer in many developing countries. An added problem of this is that when you have those conditions, high moisture and fungi, you have the potential for aflatoxin accumulation as well, which actually makes the food toxic to humans and animals. So we have problems not only with the loss, but with toxicity as well. So drying is the key to solving that problem as well. So the map I show here, I put a circle around a very vast region of the world, really, that has the combination of high humidity and high temperature. You can see there are other humid regions of the world, but half the year they're very cold. They really don't have the same challenges that you have in the tropical regions, where you have the combination of high temperature and high humidity that are so devastating to storage of fresh commodities. This shows a large storage in India, for example, which obviously if it rains on it, that's going to be a problem. But even without rain, high humidity will cause that moisture content to increase. So here's our concept, the dry chain concept. First, make it dry. Whatever method, whether it's desiccants, the climate itself, because it's dry at harvest, heated air drying, we have to get these commodities dry. We have to then know what the moisture content is, so that when we package it, we know that it's safe. And as I said, that has become very simple. You don't need a fancy moisture meter, you don't need ovens and scales, you just need some strips that are very inexpensive and reusable. Very simple problem. And then it needs to be packaged. Of course, most of you in the seed world package your seeds in foil containers or whatever. We just need to be sure that that's continued throughout storage and packaging to make it a complete chain. That is, there's never an opportunity for those seeds to moisturize, because from then on you either have to dry them again or you're going to suffer losses. So our whole story in a nutshell is make it dry and keep it dry. That's all it really is. So let me just summarize. I glossed over it fairly quickly, but I'm sure you're aware that every step in variety development, seed production, conditioning, and storage is critical for high seed quality. Any misstep at any of those stages can result in big problems at the next stage and thereafter. However, once you have seeds in your hands, drying and maintaining low moisture content are the most critical factors for extending seed quality and storage life and delivering high value, high vigor seeds to farmers. We believe that implementing the dry chain will improve seed quality and also, in its further extension, reduce food waste, particularly in humid climates where it's much more difficult to achieve those conditions. So that's my story. I would like now to also encourage you to continue the development of the seed bowl concept here in Hyderabad in Telangana. We've done this, as I mentioned briefly in my introductory remarks, we've done this to some degree in California. I can discuss more about that in the panel tomorrow. But it is very simple to do. It creates synergy and innovation between public sector and the seed industry. And together that supports research and education for breeding and seed technology, which then comes back and helps support the industry. So thank you very much. The last slide I cannot leave out, which is the thank you to being invited to do this and for you for listening. I also want to thank Dr. Keshavulu and his team at Telangana State Agricultural University, who produced most of the results that I talked about. Also, Johan van Osbroek with Rhino Research, whose company has developed this concept of the drying beads. Johan, where are you? Over here, waving a cap. There's Johan. You can catch up with him about that. And also my colleague, Pitamar Dahal, who was integral to this whole project. So thank you very much.
We can have a short question answer session on this. So,
Ken. Hello, yes?
May I speak? My name is Sudhakar Reddy. I am engineer turned farmer from Pur district of Telangana state. Dr. Kent has visited our village and then advocated all these practices, assembling about 100 villagers which had good impetus in the farming community. Well, these are all small technologies which are missing in the villages. You don't have to speak of higher technologies. And my point to you, Dr. Kent, while of course it is a good practice to go in for dry beads, the regeneration process for reactivating these beads could be a problem for the villagers unless you have regenerating services all over the places. In case you adopt this technology, which of course is very good and then very reasonable from cost point of view. And now coming to my own, which I got, I don't want to talk about my own self. I got a DuPont award for keeping the seeds in a simple manner, using all your principles of drying and rehydrating. Main point is that seed should not be subjected to frequent movements from the grower place to the user place. Anyway, that may not be practicable. To the extent possible, this movement should be reduced so that there will be less ingress of moisture during the transit. Anyway, I don't want to lecture on this, but I practice this in a simple manner by drying my seeds to a lower level at lower RH by taking the AWS, that automatic weather station data. On a particular day we have brought the RH, on low RH day we have dried these seeds and then immediately put it in Ziploc and then in the sealed container. Today even at the third year of storage, my germination is 95%. The only matter to be seen is whether they are maintaining vigor or not. I requested most of the institutions who should come forward to take such technologies to a higher scale and then make them adaptive to the cause of the villagers, farmers. Anyway, I must be one of the farmers here, or maybe few of the farmers here, whose cause such seminars are there, and then the exchange of information from the farmer to the scientist must flow in a very positive manner, not for the sake of farmers. You see, it is for the farmers, by the farmers, of the farmers. But I don't see anything happening in these seminars. See that farmers are also given due weightage as stakeholders. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I could address your first point, and I think it's true. We found in our project as well that ovens to reactivate drying beads, for example, are not that common in remote locations. However, I think the example of the bioversity system that I described shows that it really takes just one regeneration system in a community, because the beads are regenerable. That is, every farmer doesn't need to have this. And we think that actually a system of rental, in a sense, that is, a person could take beads, use them, bring them back, have a centralized place to do the regeneration and so on, would be a better way to go. In the seed industry, what we find is that, in fact, many seed companies contract with many individual small farmers. In that case, I think the sensible thing is for the seed company to provide the farmer with containers and beads such that the farmer, as they produce their very expensive hybrid seeds, put them in a container and add some beads. Now they come back to the company dry, of high quality. The company gets the beads back, regenerates them, uses them again next year. That is, it's a capital investment, not a consumable. And that itself would impact thousands of individual small farmers. So I think there are ways that we could distribute this directly to farmers, even at the current state of technology.
The third one from you, the fourth one from you, and then we'll close.
Okay, Ken, a very informative talk. My question is that you said that the knowledge around seed storage has been known for some time. The tools are pretty simple. So how close is industry in California to benchmark in terms of providing quality seed, and how close are the seed companies represented in this room in Telangana close to benchmark?
In California, it's really not considered to be a big issue because we have access to heat air dryers. Our humidities are low. That's what makes a good seed condition. And in California, even with open storage, when it's very hot, we have low humidities so that they offset each other. When it's cool in the winter, it's humid, but it's cool. So just open storage, we can do pretty well. conditions where you have the combination of high humidity and high temperature, that's where the problem really arises. In the U.S., in the central U.S., as soon as the seeds are dried, it freezes. It's cold. So we really don't have the issue. The awareness is there, the packaging is there, it's not such a big issue. Here, what we encountered in our project is that there is awareness. These are principles that's been known for a very long time. But I have to say that in many cases we encountered the conception that they need cold storage. People are worried about their seed storage, and what cold storage? Without first dealing with the moisture situation. So I think the key that we need to do first is make people aware, which is why I am so excited about the inexpensive electronic meters or the strips. That is, then you can know what your humidities are, and then you know what action you need to take. So I would say we have been working with companies here in India, and I think that awareness is starting to spread. It's early days for this particular technology to be getting out, but we're very optimistic.
Yes, B.S. Daya. My question is the role of seed moisture and the seed viability and vigor well established. In our country, its ITK centuries old. Look in the Assam, highest rainfall areas in the world. How farmers are maintaining the seed viability and vigor both. My question is, these technologies are good at a small scale level laboratory or maybe in some of the small fields. Can we commercialize them, upscale them and bring to the level of commercial application, being cost effective? There is high energy requirement in these technologies. Can we cut down on the energy and make them cost effective at a commercial scale?
Yes, if I understood your question correctly, this particular technology, it does cost energy to regenerate or reactivate these beads, but in that case you're focusing your energy in a very intense way. That is, you're not blowing air through a huge quantity of seeds. The calculations show that it will be much more energy efficient to use this. And you can talk further to Johan van Osbroek about this, but larger scale machines have been made, that is, that would internally use beads to dry the air, and you just blow dry air. On a very large scale, just enclosing things with the beads is not feasible, manually moving these. But when you have in a humid environment, you have very limited scope for drying in a humid environment by raising temperature before you damage seeds. So there's a very limited temperature scale. So you really can't dry them to the level that they need to be. So this new instrumentation using a desiccant to dry the air, which you then use to dry the seeds, I'm pretty sure that it is going to be more energy efficient. It will cost energy, but the benefits of, to me, when people say, well, this is costly, I say, well, you're 30% of the total productivity of grains. There's a lot of money there to be reinvested into post-harvest technology.
This is the last question.
So my question is also about cost effectiveness. That is, obviously, to have a dry chain will cost more than what are the usual practices. So there is labor involved, there will be packaging involved, instruments and so forth. Do you have any estimates of what is this added cost? And in the same way, how much is your gain? Do you have numbers of how much you're gaining by having a high quality seed and how the two compare?
We do have some economic numbers. They're not as good as I think we would like. We did an economic study, for example, in Nepal as part of this project, where it would be a small-scale effort. I think the key thing is, how do you value the end product? That is, no one's really considering the loss of value. I showed the data. Onion seed in 4 months was below what would be acceptable quality to sell. So if you say, okay, what's my loss in a total loss of having produced several tons of onion seed that then are valueless? If you take that value into account, all of these technologies are cheap. That is, if you assume that that's disposable, that is, I don't care, I'm going to throw that away and it's cheap to produce, then it's not going to be. But I think as the value of seed is high enough that, in fact, you do the calculations, saving that seed, reducing the inputs for producing enough to replace all that and so on, it comes out really much better to try to preserve the seed we have than to just continually put it on a cycle of rapid death.
Now, it's already 2:30, so I'll make a slight revision in the program. I suggest that we first have a lunch and then we reassemble after about 40 minutes at 3:10 and then continue with the second, third and fourth lectures of this session. You okay? Because 2:30 is lunch time, so they will not be.
We shall break for a lunch and come back for the technical session. Sir, what time? The lunch break would be half an hour. And we will come back with the technical session. Topic would be need for accelerated innovations in seed research for improved crop production and productivity.
so long. I've waited 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 so long. in the lines of my face. Would you know me now? Not here in my place.
Hello. All the respected delegates are requested to kindly come inside the hall. We will resume the session. We are already running short of time. All the respected delegates are requested to kindly come inside the hall. We request all the respected delegates to kindly come inside the hall. The session will be resumed soon.
Not here in my place. Watched it fall away.
We request all the respected delegates to kindly come inside the hall.
Okay, we're going to start the next session. Can we ask the three remaining speakers for this session to please come up onto the dais? Dr. Vilas Topali, Dr. V. Dishnash Kumar, and Dr. Manish Patel. Could you please come up to the dais, please? Fantastic. Please have a seat. You ready to go? Okay, you each have 20 minutes, is it? So I'll give that 20, we'll keep that. But if you go over 15 minutes, I'll give you a buzz so that we have some more questions. Is that all right? Okay, I think even though people are still walking into the room, we need to start if we're going to finish the program. So I'm Peter Carberry, I'm the co-chair of this session. So our first talk is by Dr. Vilas Tonapi, Principal Scientist at IIMR at Hyderabad, and we're going to hear about accelerated innovations in seed research.
Dr. Peter, Dr. Benjamin, Dr. Srivastava, Kent Bradford, Manish and Dinesh. I take this opportunity to start from the point where Kent Bradford left. In the morning he gave us three take-away messages. One is how science can be built into a kind of innovation and a technology that can be adopted. The drying beads was the one. Then how the moisture content, which really plays havoc with the storage systems and also the seed quality, can have an inbuilt paper strip with which you can know how much moisture equilibrium is available. With these 2 points, which I call the innovations, which has been converted into kind of technology. But industry today is on the verge, which is ready to absorb lot many technologies, which is the need of the hour. But the problem today in Indian industry is we are more of a technology absorbers than the technology developers. What is required today is a platform based on which we need to have a creative dialogue wherein we generate our technology which the country needs. This is what is the crux of my topic, wherein I would be quoting around some of the examples which is happening, but there is more to come than what I'm telling you here. So as Bedford said in the morning, we don't want our seeds to be dying. They should give us uniform and successful establishment. And we don't want to see the weedy crops because labor is a problem. There is not much which we can do about. We don't need to see the diseased crops and the uneven maturity because it poses the problems in terms of quality. And seed-borne diseases about which we need to be very careful because when the seed is going to go across the global boundaries, we need to have the standards which other countries across the globe want us to stipulate with. And this is what is the important thing, the rapid germination, good emergence, and appropriate plant population, which are the need of the hour. But It's all based on the priorities which the National Agricultural Research System or the seed industry wants, because priorities are increasing productivity, high-yielding varieties, and the hybrids. Because it's not just the hybrids and the varieties in the crops where already there are existing hybrids, but we need to have the process of recombination breeding and increasing the breeding efficiencies in the orphan crops where the hybridization could lead to the breaking of the yield plateaus. That is what is the main idea, because there more and more investment needs to come, even from the private seed industry on a consortium to breed for these new orphan crops. Then the drought, disease, pest, salinity, cold and heat tolerant varieties. Transgenic crops, we have been successful. There are technologies, but the international protest industry is not allowing it to come forward. Then the seed as a carrier of technologies needs to happen. We may not be seeing the seed as a seed, but we might be seeing the seed as a capsule embedded with a whole lot of technology with it, so that it can have a good stand establishment and the disease and pest resistance. Then mitigating climate change effects. This is what the industry needs to really look at. And innovative technologies to boost crop performance, still maintaining the seed cost to be lower. That is what is the main agenda which it needs to be as the priorities. But if we see across the globe in the industry and also the technology generators, we see the more focus now is on the yield and the abiotic factors, basically drought, nutrient use efficiency. Then among the biotic stresses, the plant, disease, nematode and insect resistance. But the more focus, the emphasis also has been on the herbicides, the novel molecules, both insecticides and pesticides, which need to get embedded within the seed system as a carrier of technology. But we have grand challenges and we need to develop the great solutions. The grand challenges basically are, if you take 1970 as the index, we need to increase our production, the yield, commensurate with the population, which you see in the middle as the orange strip. But as you see at the bottom, we have a green line wherein the land availability is going to be reducing. And with the reducing land availability, we need to still grow further the production and the productivity. It means to say that in the morning, it is said that vertical production is necessary. We need to increase further, and wherein the seed is the lone input, which can increase our yields by 25 to 40%. In this situation, we have been encountered with the changes in the productivity, which are estimated and projected for 2018. If you see the spots, the reddish spots across the globe, this is where you would find 15 to 50% reduction in yield that is going to happen if it is going to be true that the temperature is going to rise. And the greener parts which are colder today might be the one which are going to feed the world tomorrow, because they are going to have the embedded required favorable temperature and agroecologies to produce the food crops. Therefore, this effect of mitigating the climate change in the areas already we are endowed with, if it is going to be the what you call the negative effect, then how we are going to cope up is the investment that needs to come, both in terms of the industry and as also the National Agricultural Research System. If you see the yield gaps across the globe, from East Asia starting from 10% to Southeast Asia to 30%, in Sub-Saharan Africa, 80% yield gap. We have the varieties, we have the hybrids, but we have not realized the potential. It means to say that we have not invested much in those agricultural systems wherein the fact of potential realization of the ultimate productivity has not been realized. This is also one of the challenges we need to accept. So this is one of the grand challenge. And seed replacement rate, of course, in wheat, rice, wherever wherever the hybrid crops are there, we can see the increased or the enhanced seed replacement rate, but wherever the varieties are there, still it is going to be the farmer saved seed, which is 70%. And in vegetables where the hybrid systems are there, again the seed replacement rates are higher. So at the end of the day, what is required is our seed to manifest its vigor in the most unfavorable conditions. This is what the technology need of the day and how we can do it. So just to show some of the hypothetical example of Trecnoni and spears, 2 seed lots starting with 90% germination behave differently, and under stressful conditions you could see one yield 70% germination, another is 40. But can we have the uniform germination? Basically. But this is related to the fact that both development, storage, these two combinations which we heard from Bedford in the morning, that this combination or the deleterious impact of the moisture and moisture has to be warded off, and the viability and vigor in relation to germination is to be protected. Therefore, what is the technology today is to boost the genetic constitution, enabling the environment and nutrition of the mother plant, and the right stage of maturity and the mechanization, and ensuring the seed size, weight, and the specific gravity. Integral or the mechanical integrity, the processing efficiency, what we call about, preventing deterioration and aging, ameliorating pathogens and pests, and better agronomic practices. Because in the seed production, what we have today is not the agronomic practices meant for the seed production, but basically they are for the general package of practices which we have adopted for the seed production per se. So there is another need. We need to really work on this particular factor. For this particular thing, there are about 6,769 research efforts in enhancing the seed quality papers if we look across in the last 50 years. In this particular scenario, we find the research papers that work with chemical promoters of germination, then chemicals which inhibit the germination. The combination of these two, along with the polymers which we are using today to deliver it to the greater efficiency, we find that technologies are emerging. Starting from the hydropriming, the osmopriming, or the hardening, we find there has been increase in the yields, lowering of the 50% flowering days, then also the kernel yields and other things in fine rice. We can find the utility of the bioagents and their efficiency in enhancing the tea uptake or enhancing the yield has also been documented well. But the issue is the loss of vigor. I would say today we are selling it on germination per se. Tomorrow it may be the requirement we need to sell the seed based on seed vigor. Every seed needs to germinate. I can't pay more for the seed which cannot germinate. That's what is the real requirement. Therefore, the issue is resurrecting the seed vigor is an important aspect which we need to work about. And the great solutions need to come, the innovations need to follow. So there are second generation technologies and the third generation technologies. The second generation technologies we have already worked with the conditioning, the processing efficiency increment, the seed protection, the physiological enhancement using different priming technologies, seed coating and pelleting, designer seeds, which Manish is going to talk in detail, which I am not covering. Then the polymer-based IntelliCoats to improve the efficiency of the seed protectants. So these are all there. But we need to really look into, if we want to ensure each seed to be germinating and selling the seed on vigor basis, we need to look at how we can increase the efficiency of seed germination. There are splitting pellet technologies which enhances the supply of oxygen to the seed under saturated soil conditions. Under flooded conditions, can we have these technologies? Then magnetic seed treatment, the pulsed magnetic treatment, then microwave energy, gamma irradiation, and the drying beads technology which can, for Bedford talked in the morning, and the thermoseed treatment. The whole set of ideas here is, along with the cold plasma, aerated streams, the X-ray analysis, respiratory and enzymatic activity, the electron treatment, and the nanocarbon tubes and nanotechnology. This is the list which is endless. The technologies are emerging. But at the end of the day, it crystallizes into three components. One is boosting the innate property of the seed. Second is precision delivery of the target material, whether for a disease and the pest control. And the third is how the storability can be enhanced. Therefore, we need to be in tune with the chemicals. But the basic aspect is how high vigor can be ensured, at low vigor, how we can boost the intrinsic properties. So some of the examples wherein a lot of the chemicals available with the companies now enhancing the root volume, the root health, and the root penetration is an important aspect we need to be focusing about. Then there is the lot of what you call the comparative evaluations and enhancement treatments, which indicates the gain is smaller if you look at the top, but it gives the efficiency to give the boost in the initial stages. That's why the stand establishment gets established. So at the end of the day, coming to the last part of my this thing in the next 4 minutes is the new chemistries which we need to be working about. These new chemistries are very important because they need to be environment sustainability, seed coating, controlled release, and systematic seed treatment. The invigoration, coating, pelleting, which Manish is going to talk, but I am going to talk on few things. The practice of adopting the new fungicidal treatments. The old days of Captain and Thiram are over. We need to be looking at the new molecules, metallexis, mefanoxam, and many new chemistry materials because they have the target ability to kill the pest in turn and give the higher productivities. Then the seed treatment insecticides, so neonicotinoid seed treatments, imidaclopids, thiamethoxam, and clothianidin have come into picture and they have the target pests. Therefore, what is required basically is the new chemicals like spinosad, the labeled products, and their targeted deliveries. The bactericide treatments are there, but now, this is one of the examples, seed will not look like a seed, it is a capsule. When you use different capsules put together, you are going to have the higher dry matter productivity that is coming into. This is one of the examples wherein you see when you put 2 or 3 capsules together, you would find higher productivity and higher dry matter productivity across the plant populations. Therefore, the new technology, 2 minutes I'll take. The new technologies that are coming in are nanobiotechnology, seed enhancements for seed coat permeability because increased imbibition rates have to happen, increased seedling and shoot and root length have to happen. Therefore, seed when you are using carry when we have the controlled release beads, there will be a flowing formulation and it will replace the conventional seed technology. Now the capsules are coming. We can embed it with a sequential coating wherein the release of the active chemical can be achieved at a target time when it is really target. Infusion of high throughput 4th generation treatment, maintenance breeding of trait integrated genotypes, infusion of high throughput image analysis, the threshold levels for the vigor treatment, and the processes responsible for vigor control. And at the last side, I would like to say the industry and the National Agriculture Research System needs to work with new provenances and isolations, lower hybrid seed cost, precision agronomy, genetic purity hybrid, variety and the parental lines, the seed as a novel seed delivery mechanism, then biotechnology and climate resilient agriculture, which industry needs to work with the better science communication which needs to happen because wherein we have failed utterly, and approaches to exploit the genes for crop improvement, enabling novel chains.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, the co-chair, members on the dais, and I have a lot of revered people in the audience, one and all. In the next 15 to 20 minutes, I am going to take you to another realm, that is the advances that are made in the molecular biology field, basically to develop molecular markers for varietal identification and genetic purity testing. And in this, 15 minutes, I'll be discussing basically on two aspects, as the title itself indicates that marker for genetic purity assessment, and I'll take a few examples of that and then I'll conclude. So in coming to the first part of it, I know that most of you people are the seed technology people, so it might be a redundance for me to tell a few of these things that basically seed, as Dr. Tonapi also mentioned, it assures the right type of material for the farmers, and it is the technology packed, the most important input for the farmers and for the farming community, and it assures that supply of the right type of material is there if you have identified the material properly. And earlier the identification, and now also basically the identification of the material is being done using morphological characters or morphological features. We all know, we are all geneticists and breeders, we know that how subjectivity will come into when you think of morphological features. And the molecular markers, they are highly repeatable, there is less environmental effect, quick and accurate, and they are unbiased. So we know that there are a lot of advantages of molecular markers over the conventional methods of using morphological characters to identify the varieties, but still right now we have been only following the morphological characters as a set standard. I would just like to draw your attention for one small discrepancy that is there between varietal description as well as varietal identification. Varietal identification comes into picture after something has been identified, something has been given a signature, and then you would like to know whether the given material has got that feature, what it's supposed to have. So it should have, there are no international guidelines for this. Anything that you can use for identifying could be used as a marker for identification. It should be repeatable and it should be acceptable to all the people, and there should be less subjectivity. Whereas description is something which should establish the distinctness, and so there are still not proper guidelines set with respect to the molecular markers. I'm sure that the ISTA people are also here, and there are a lot of discussions going on, there are a lot of technical groups, there are a lot of discussion forums that are coming into picture to think of using the molecular markers, whether they could be used even for dust features also. So with that, what is that we look for in any identification method? It should be sensitive, it should be ease, and it should be repeatable, cost effective, and it should not be technologically a very demanding process that many people will not be able to adopt it. And then the physical facilities are needed, especially if you are thinking of using the molecular markers for the identification purpose. And then the very purpose for which you want to identify that material will also play an important role in deciding what is the identification method that you should follow. As I told before, it's morphological characters that are being used predominantly, and it can be used, isozymes and other biochemical methods also could be used. I know that WUPO has given some guidelines for using isozymes in terms of supplementary material for identification. Then chromatographic methods usually followed whenever you are dealing with the plants which are basically for some secondary metabolites, maybe some medicinal plants, pharmaceutically important ones. Then the nucleic acid based, I have just given two prominent ones in the green color. This has been proven in several crops based on several marker systems that it could be adopted for identification, but still it's being debated and it has not become a part of the regular approach for several reasons. I shall just try to touch upon those things also. But as a molecular biologist myself, I find that there are several path-breaking technologies available now. If we can adopt it, if we can develop the infrastructure and the facilities for that, it can be exploited. And still it has to be adopted under the folds of WUPO guidelines. I know that there are a lot of international organizations like ISO, WUPO, ISTA. They're all working together now to take up this as an approach for varietal identification. I have taken a few of these lines. I have given them in quotes because this I have taken from Critical Review's recent publication, and I would rather read the basic thing is the first sentence says that DNA being the blueprint of any material, any organism, if you can really assess the variability at that level, maybe you have had the entire answer. So that's the first sentence. And then that means if you can completely go for the sequencing of the genotype, then that is the ultimate. And maybe whatever we could not even think of 10 years back has come true now. Sequencing has become so less with respect to the cost, and automation has set in, and so you can think of even adopting the sequencing method as a method for identification of the genotypes. There are several approaches now available for even if you want to sequence only parts of the genome, those targeted resequencing could be done. So that is what is the second part, where sequencing, automation in sequencing has set a new tone now. It's a new platform now to be exploited. But the bottom line is that, which I have written in the box, is very few efficient approaches for practical utilization of these markers. When I say these markers, it's all DNA-based markers, have been developed and used for cultivar or variety identification, apart from the phylogenetic trees and some fingerprints employed in a very small scale. So that sums up that even though we have the technology, it has not been used so much as it could have been used in varietal identification. And having said that, if you just go through the papers, there are plenty of papers written of using different marker systems for varietal identification, simplest being the RAPD, and that has been used especially in 4 papers are there in the recent 2011 and 12, where they have established that RAPD markers could be used for varietal identification, especially in sesame, grape nut, apricot, and such. And I have listed a whole lot of simple techniques which have been used now for varietal identification. I'm not going into the details. Single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs as they are commonly called, they are the best if you want to really look at the variability, but they have not been adopted still for varietal identification. Not even a good number of papers are available on that. Having said this, microsatellite polymorphisms, this is the one, like the SSR based and the microsatellite based marker systems are the ones which have been exploited very well, and we have ISTA person also here on the dais. ISTA has now studied, or it has used this marker system SSR marker system. They have studied and they have seen that it can be used in different crops. There is a varietal committee report by ISTA in 2013. It's a well-written report in which it clearly says that they have tested with 4 different plants, and they have tested this in different labs, and they have come up with the 2 conclusions that SSRs could be classified as good or very good. Repeatable and reproducible results were obtained in different labs, and so it could be used as one of the methods for identifying the varieties. For a given variety, different extraction protocols, that means even if there were some small deviations in the isolation protocols, in the methods that they followed, ultimately the results were same. So they recommend that there are SSR markers could be used or could be adopted for varietal identification. Only time will tell whether all these things will percolate down to all the crops and in all the labs. Because the title says that there are advances in the molecular marker technology, I've just taken 2 or 3 of them here. I will not go into the details. There are technologies developed by Illumina called New PCR, which is a probe-based qPCR technology. I read the papers and it is very exciting to read the technology of it. Similarly, DNable technology, this is another developed by another company, which is again very, very useful for varietal identification maybe in near future. Then NGS technology, I am just again trying to stress here that targeted resequencing is possible, and so even if you, and then there is what is called restriction site associated DNA sequencing or RAD sequencing, which could be used even in a crop in which you do not have the genome sequence. And if you read the papers, it's so exciting. And the cost, if I don't know whether this is very clear in this picture, the blue is the one which indicates the what was the cost that was involved for sequencing. And if you see now at present the cost is coming down so much that you can think of using sequencing methods or anything which is targeted resequencing for identification of the varieties. So there are concerted efforts being made, and there are papers written on what are the molecular methods which could be developed and the strategies that could be developed for using molecular markers. There is one what is called the cultivar identification diagrams. There are 2 papers written on that very well, and all that it says is that you need to have a set of referral genotypes and you adopt some selected SSR or any marker system, and once you have that, you develop a fingerprint for the selected genotypes, and then the next genotype which you want to test, you can use these referral material as the base, and the same marker system could be used, and you can identify whether it is a newer variety or it fits into one of the existing varieties. So that CID concept is coming up. And just to sum up, or just to say that what are the strategies and the future prospects for using molecular markers for varietal identification, these are some of the things. Like we need to have universal protocols. We need to have reference materials because you need to have some comparison, some material to compare with, and then unified recording and analyzing the data, creation of database, developing good labs and the capacity building, many studies to establish the universality, involvement of different international agencies such as WPO, ISTA, ISO, OECD. There are already concerted efforts on this. Involvement of public and private industries associated with variety identification. Develop more throughput, cost-effective methods. Then we need to have referral labs, and the list can go on. So the strategies, plenty of them. If we can come together and make concerted efforts, then the strategies could be made out for using molecular markers for varietal identification. So in summary, I would like to say that molecular markers, though the technology has proven and there is feasibility of it, still due to several reasons like cost, technical know-how and other reasons, they have not been still implemented in varietal identification. I'll shift the gaze now. I'll go to the second part, that is the genetic purity assessment, which is more straightforward. Genetic purity is simply defined as the true to type plants that if you are given with one lot of seeds, you need to see whether they conform to whatever you expect them to be. So if any test that you do for assessing the purity with respect to the line to which it should conform to, that is genetic purity. And genetic purity or genuineness of the cultivar is tested by means of heritable characters. It could be morphological, physiological, chemical, of seeds or seedlings or parts of the plants. And now comes the molecular things which are which are now available for us to use for genetic purity assessment, and many labs have already been using that. Again, I would not like to get into these things, but there are several reasons why we need to go for genetic purity assessment. It is just not the seed lot, but sometimes it has to settle the disputes. We know of the cases which were settled in the court because there were some competitor companies which had used the name and the wrapper of one company. They had screen printed something, and then the case was referred to the court, and the court has given it to the molecular labs to, I'll be done. It avoids the grow-out test, and these are this is in the common knowledge of all of us. And these are the different methods of assessing the genetic purity. Morphological tests, it could be done in lab, or it could be done in the greenhouse or in the field using the grow-out test. And then we know that there are very few morphological traits, and then environmental influence, subjectivity is there. It represents a very small portion of the genome. They are state-specific. Subjectivity is very high compared to molecular characters or molecular markers, which are highly repeatable. So the advantages, it's very sensitive, comprehensive, reliable and accurate, and needs very little material, and it will be used for the purity testing. I shall not get into this. The basic thing is, we know that two individuals will have a lot of differences at the DNA level that could be exploited by using different markers. I would not again, there are different kinds of markers which most of us are aware of, and so needless to say that any of these markers which are repeatable could be used for hybrid purity assessment. This is just one ready reckoner type that what is an ideal marker system, if at all, if you want to go for a molecular marker system to unequivocally say that the seed lot that is given is exactly the seed we want. There are 4 different kinds of markers which I have thought of as an exhaustive list for assessing the purity, and for each one of them I have got the example, but there is no case study where all these 4 different kinds of, this is for a typical 3-line hybrid development system where you have got an R line, a A line and a B line, and these are the contaminations that are possible. And then if you have 4 types of markers, that will be enough to identify or to unequivocally say the purity of the material. I would not just go into the details of each of these things. I've just taken one example. In case of rice, they have used a restorer gene linked marker to establish the hybrid purity. This is a work which was done at IRI, New Delhi. And similarly, we have been working on 2 types of marker system, which is restorer line specific and nuclear A-line nuclear specific markers. This is a scar marker which we developed for sunflower hybrid, and it can be very easily used to distinguish, to identify the purity. And similarly, we have used ESCSSR markers for safflower hybrid purity assessment. This is just to indicate that exactly how you do it in grow-out test. You can take 100 seeds and you can assess the purity of them based on a few of the markers. We have done it with 3 markers in each case. And so similarly, we have done it in castor. All the public sector hybrids of castor, we have got the markers which can be used for hybrid purity assessment. And just to say that when you are using A-line mitochondria specific markers, you will be able to assess whether the CMS lines that you use for hybrid seed production, whether they are pure or not. This technology is being used at IIRR, Indian Institute of Rice Research, and they have almost commercialized it, and there are several companies which will give the seed lots to IIRR, and they assess the purity of it, and then they recommend whether those seed lots could be used for hybrid seed production or not. So there are several, if you just take on the x-axis, if you are just asking for the trait purity, fewer markers are enough. But if you are interested in plant varietal protection, you need to use a large number of markers. This is a slide which I have taken from Kaufman's presentation. And summing up the work with respect to genetic purity assessment using molecular markers, molecular markers could be developed and to unequivocally establish the genetic purity of hybrids within a short time. There are several molecular methods and molecular markers available for doing this. Molecular techniques could resolve the disputes of the competitive varieties. several companies in India as well as abroad, they are all using molecular techniques almost as a replacement to GOT because it is one season for them, otherwise it's a locked up resource for them. Then selection of appropriate markers to distinguish parents could ensure genetic purity of seeds supplied to the farmers. And thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge all the students of my lab who have been working in this, though it is one of the parts of our work. And then I have taken some work that is done at IIRR and IIRI, so I would like to acknowledge that. And I have also used many web resources, including that of ISTA and WUPO for making this presentation, and I would like to acknowledge all those things. Thanks a lot for the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Dinesh. We're going to keep moving because of the time. So thank you very much for that presentation. I'm just going to announce we're going to change the, because of the time, we're going to change the order of things. So we're going to have 2 more presentations before afternoon tea and then come back and have 2 after afternoon tea. So we don't have as many presentations as on the program. So next, can I ask Manish Patel to present his talk on seed quality enhancements, innovation technology.
Good afternoon. Before I start my presentations, I would like to know at least how many seed technologies are in the audience. Can you please raise the hand? Sizable numbers. That means my job is easy today. I don't need to do a much detailed presentations because number of seed technologies are too many. And the session, this is the first technical sessions, and the title of session is Seed Science in relation to the food security. So I have made my presentations keeping in mind the food security, not as a challenge of India, but also the challenge of the globe. The time is limited of 15 minutes here, so I will go quickly. Look at this broader picture, which will give you a clear ideas about the global scenario, because the population, the way it has been growing, and its forecast is 2015, it will cross 9 billion population across the globe. And against that, I think the fact to all agriculturists is known that land is getting less and less, and climate change is happening, and we all are concerned about our environment safety. So these are the common facts known to the agriculturists nowadays. If we keep this scenario in our mind, then there is a need of increasing the yield with limited resource. And basically it gives a message of producing more with less. Just I have tried to include here what are our global challenges in the food security basically, or concerns which are common across the globe. Then everybody is thinking about food security. Second is the food safety. Third is the quality of the foods, what we are supposed to produce. And the sustainability. That's the last one, which is concerned to, I think, across the globe. And also here you can see in the global map, which will give you an idea, the red and the brown area of the globe, where I will say the food security is highly concerned. And the green part is almost self-sufficient. And this covers up India totally, and also the south part of the world. So overall, the food security is a major challenge across the globe, along with all the safety and quality standards. In these slides, you will get an idea that what are our world challenges and what solutions we are looking for. And when you look at those green part of the world, then we say those are the developed world basically, sustainable in the food and self-sufficient in the food. And if you look at those world leaders, country, then their values are very clear, and they are one step ahead than rest of the world. And the reason is basically they have a knowledge, innovations, and also if you look at their market share is also very huge across the globe, and the way they have developed the productivity and the sustainable solutions is also remarkable. And the similar line of actions we have to think for our country if we want to really achieve that standard and that stage. Now when you talk about making this achievement and getting sustainability and food security, then the one word comes in the mind is the innovations. And through innovations only, we can bring a new revolution in agriculture. When you analyze innovation in agriculture, then you can see the limitations in innovations. And here in this graph, basically land, which is getting diminishing, or more or less, I will say, less and less. So no chance of making any further innovations in expanding the land, basically. Mechanization has been already adopted in many parts, and still there is a little chance. Fertilizer, once upon a time it was a big area to make a big revolution, but now that days are gone, because we are concerned about the environment safety, and we don't want to use much of the chemicals. And then the leftover is only two parts where you can bring the revolution through innovation. One is the crop protection and breeding, and the most potential is the plant biotechnology sector, where we can do a lot and we can bring a lots of innovations in this industry to meet our food security challenge. Now, when it comes to the crop productivity, basically it directly depends on two factors. One is the genetic background of the crop, and second is the growing condition of the crops. Because production conditions are varying a lot across the globe, especially in India, where we always say our country is highly diversified. We have lots of climate, lots of soil type, lots of farming patterns. So the effect on the productivity is huge when you have lots of diversity. And accordingly, you have to start doing research on the seed, basically, keeping in mind this diversity. Because when we think about seed, which is a key factor in agriculture, then we are always thinking about, when any seed lots we think, then we always think how many seeds are alive there, what kind of germinations are there, and which seeds will convert into a healthy plant in farmer's field. And when we ask all these questions, the answer only comes about the seed technology, because that plays a vital role in answering all these questions. So in a science, it's a proven fact now that seed technology is mainly standing for bringing the quality seeds in the market. And also, it gives a very valuable tools to the grower for establishing healthy crop in their field. And also, with seed technology, we can really do more from less resource. For example, less irrigation, less plant protection chemicals, even less fertilizer also, and still we can increase the productivity. And that's only possible through seed technology. In these slides, I just tried to make a combination of breeding and seed technology together, because we all knew the green revolutions came through plant breeding, and now we have achieved almost plateau in terms of productivity and also the food qualities. In most of our crops, if you look at, then the hardly new variety or new hybrid is bringing a very little jump in the productions. And again, as I said, the growing condition is going to make a decision-making process in your productivity. So when such situation is there, the seed technology is going to play a vital role, because through seed technology, we can really bring a solution to these growing conditions. We have achieved excellent genetics in most of the crops, and those varieties and those hybrids have been already, I will say, reached to the farmer's hand. It's under cultivation. But still, lots of value addition is possible. And those value addition is only possible nowadays with different seed technological tools. One of the concern is the disease-free and strong and healthy seeds. Because seed is containing lots of unwanted things on it. And if you want to remove it, then there are solutions in seed technology. I will go with all those solutions in upcoming slides. The most concern for productivity is also the plant stand, because at the end of the day, how many usable plants you have per acre, that will count and that will add to the final yield. And that's maximum plant stand if you want to achieve, then really you have to use the seed technology. Plant protection is also a very big concern from two different angles. One is the cost and second is the environmental safety. When you think these two factors, then again seed technology comes in a picture, through which you can solve all the plant disease or initial issues of the plant protection by delivering chemicals on the seeds, and also by that way you are putting the chemicals on the place where it is needed. So your environmental pollution will be very, very minimal at a lesser cost. And the plant strengthening. Earlier, Dr. Tonapi presented slides where seed vigor was emphasized, and also the emergence speed. And with a growing condition and changing climate condition, I think this is very important area where seed companies and the government sector has to focus so that, the seeds going to the farmer's field are emerging at the same speed. Also, all the seeds are giving a birth to the usable plants, and the initial seedlings, the childhood of the crop is really becoming more and more healthy with lesser efforts. So this, if you take care of this, then I think it will result into a higher yield. So in these many slides, I tried to explain the value of seed technology and what miracle seed technology can bring. And when it comes to the seed technology, as per our knowledge, basically we always called 7 seed technology platforms, which is giving almost all the value addition to the seeds. And I will just go one by one very quickly because in the audience seed technologies are a lot. And again, many of these technologies are common. In earlier Congress, we have discussed in detail as well. One of the first is the film coating, which is the polymer coating on the seeds. And there are lots of new researches happening in this area. Basically, Dr. Tonapi mentioned a nice slice where he mentioned about control release, sustained release. Also, many times you really need to control certain speed of emergence also under unfavorable climatic conditions. So in a film coating areas, basically a lot new researches have been happening. And not only polymers, but when you make a combination along with the polymers of different hormones and the nutrients, which can bring a magic to the seeds. So seed is a living entity, we always say. And when you put anything on the seed, it behaves differently. And that's the gray area where we really need to do an intensive research that by putting certain chemistry, what effect we are able to get. Are we really able to get uniform germination, speedy germination, and also the is also a non-technology, I think, physiologically, to improve the quality of embryos. And in the priming, I will explain in the next slides, a couple of possibilities are there. Then the analytical services, which is all about controlling your quality of the seeds. And the fifth one is the upgrading, because basically when you harvest the seeds, it's a raw seeds, and lots of upgradation is possible in those seed lots to improve the quality, to bring it from lower level to the higher level. And there are different techniques for upgrading, including X-ray techniques, including mechanical separations, liquid density separations, also conditions where disinfection can also play a vital role to remove all fungal and bacterial infection from the seeds through chemical method as well as non-chemical methods. And the last one is encrusting and pelleting, which is all about, I will say, facilitating your sowing as well as to deliver higher amount of active ingredients per seed so that your performance of seed is really changed as compared to the raw seeds. This is just to give you an overall idea about different techniques in seed enhancement, where only new techniques I will touch upon. For example, nano priming, which is the new concept upcoming very fast. Seed tape and seed mate are also a very old concept, but still commercialization is happening now in that area. Irradiation is also very important. Synthetic seed is still in the research. So in the next slides, I'll just try to give you a very brief, like nano priming. Nanotechnology is very famous and popular. But basically in a priming also new concepts are coming up in advanced research, that how can we improve the permeability of the seed coat, and how can we influence the initial germination quality of the seeds through nanopriming. I have just tried to give here some research reference. Including nanotechnology is also very important for seed treatments, because when you say seed treatment, it's all about delivering certain molecules to the seed, and it should be absorbed by the growing roots. So nanotechnology can play a vital role in seed treatment as well. Seed tape is already commercialized in the global market, and it has its own value, especially for a small seed and expensive seeds. And this is really great solutions for having a less labor and uniform planting and very fast emergence. Seed mats are also one of the important tools for the nurseries, especially to avoid labor and also to get healthy root establishment and shoot establishment. Upgrading, one of the important technology, which is the latest one, is based on embryo image of the seed to analyze whether seed is usable or non-usable. And if it is usable, then really it's vigorous or non-vigorous. And those classification is possible based on the embryo image of the seeds. And there are automatic machinery, softwares available which can really distinguish good seed from the bad seeds. This is just an example of how it's performing commercially for the last 1 decade in tomatoes. Irradiation is also one of the great area to do a research, because through radiation technology, basically you can kill lots of pathogen from the seeds, and also you can do lots of improvement in storability of the seeds. And many times you don't want your seeds are sprouting in the storage. And for that, protocols are available for radiations, through which you can control the germination process in the seeds. So, looking to all those different technologies and the tools available, basically, the international approach is really needed, because in the research, basically, push and pull model is always successful. Many things we don't have, and I don't think that we should do a research. It's available in international domain. It's a question of pulling it from the international domain, and to create a kind of a golden triangle where knowledge-based industry, the business community, the seed sector, and the government should make a golden triangle so that it can bring to the market. So in short, the market needs for upcoming food security innovation, and that innovation is possible through seed technology. And there are new concepts upcoming which really need to be studied under Indian conditions and to be adopted as per the local situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Manish. Again, because of time, we haven't got time for questions. We need to move on, but and that's an apology to you in the audience because I'm sure there's questions out there. So can you join me in thanking our speakers for this session, please? Now I'm going to pass back to the organisers for a couple of announcements.
With the kind permission of the chair, we have a couple of announcements. All the posters, those who have brought the posters, they can display the posters opposite to this hall, GO4. The posters can be displayed today and tomorrow. And then there will be poster evaluation committee. A committee will visit tomorrow. So all the participants who have brought the posters are kindly requested to display the posters opposite to this hall in GO4. And there will be a best poster award also and best exhibitor award also. And then 2 publications were released in the morning, inaugural session by the Honorable Minister. These publications will be made available to all the delegates who have registered tomorrow morning in the same counter where you have registered in the morning, today morning. So you can collect these 2 publications tomorrow in the same registration counters. One is that Telangana Seed Bowl of India, and then compendium of papers and abstracts. These are the 2 announcements. And we have another small event to be completed before we conclude this session. And the Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, and speakers need to be felicitated. For this, I would request Dr. R.K. Trivedi ji, Deputy Commissioner, Quality Control, and also A.S.N. Reddy, General Secretary, NSCI and Seedsmen Association Secretary, to kindly come on to the dais, please. The organizers desire to felicitate the chair and co-chair for ably conducting the sessions with a small memento, showing their love and affection towards that. I request R.K. Trivedi to kindly present a memento to Dr. Peter. Next is next to which? Thank you. A memento to the co-chair, A.S.N. Reddy. To the co-chair. I also request ASN to make present a memento to Kent. Dr. Kent, the lead speaker today's session. R.K. Trivedi to present a memento to Vilas.
R.K. Trivedi to present a memento to Vilas, Dr. Vilas Tonapi. ASN to present memento to Dinesh. Trivedi to present memento to Manish. And small. One. ASN to kindly present memento to rapporteur Dr. Basavagowda for very sincerely noting down all the proceedings. Basavagowda, the rapporteur of this session. Thank you, Trivedi, and thank you, ASN. Chairman, I think you will be continuing as the chairman for the next session. That is on theme 2, varietal improvement, strategies for quality seed production for sustainable agriculture. Dr. Peter would be continuing as the chairman. May I request Dr. V. Praveen Rao Garu, Special Officer, PGTSU, to kindly come on to the dais and co-chair the session. Sir, in this session we have 3 speakers. One is on technological advancement and strategies for seed systems in India by Dr. Ashok from NICSAT.
See you again. Yes.
After this, after one presentation, I think we can have tea break. So may I now request Chair to kindly conduct the proceedings.
Okay, my understanding is what we're going to do is have one more speaker and then have a 15-minute tea break and then come back with 2 speakers after tea break. And that will allow us to end about the right time on the program, so by 5:30 this afternoon. So the first speaker of this session, is that correct?
Chair, in this session, 2 rapporteurs, Dr. N.V. Naidu and Dr. Kindly come on to the dais. N.V. Naidu and then Kanakadurga.
Okay, our first speaker of this session, so one talk before afternoon tea and then 2 talks after afternoon tea. So if I can ask Dr. Vijay to present his talk around strategies for increasing seed production in fodder crops.
Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, distinguished delegates and colleagues of this National Seed Congress. Good evening, everybody. Now I am going to talk a different topic. Till now you might have heard about the food grains, but now I am going to talk about the fodder. Fodder is often the most neglected component in the Indian agriculture research and development, but it is having its roots towards the human sustenance. Generally, when we talk about fodder, we think it's for livestock. But in my view, that is not only for livestock, but fodder includes grasses, which are mainly useful for the sustenance of the human in the form of either biodiversity, for maintenance of the biodiversity, or like climate change, what Dr. Tonapi has shown in his slides. So grasses are the most resilient species which can have this, sustain this climate change, or indirectly they are useful for food security also through livestock production as well as through milk production. As well as those are the species which are having a lot of genes which we can mine them for different future requirements. So unfortunately this most neglected component should be given much more importance. Now coming to the topic, that technological advancement and strategies for increasing seed production fodder crops. Before talking about the strategies, I want to talk about the constraints what the fodder seed production is facing. Then I will talk about the strategies. importance, mainly it gives the stability to that of the agriculture, particularly in the unforeseen situations or unfavorable conditions where the crop fails. There the livestock will give the stability. As India is having 13% of the world cattle population and first in milk production, but our productivity is low, far low than that of the world average. If we see the reason, the main reason is the feed and fodder deficiency. And if we can see that around 36% of the green fodder is deficient in present condition. The reason for this is the area has remained standard for grasses and legumes. Here you can see in the right side table, if we see the breeder seed requirement, this is the requirement, the left side one is out of range grasses and requirement. These are the requirements. And in case of breeder seed, if we see the total requirement is about around 14,000 tons. And when we see the indent of the breeder seed, for the decadal total it is only 7,000 tons, 7,000 quintals. Means we are where we are standing. That's the main thing we have to concentrate. Means we are having very, very less indents and the fodder crops are having very few varieties among them. Coming to the constraints, fodder crops mainly composes of two things like cultivated and range species. Cultivated mostly like sorghum, maize, cowpea, guar and legumes like berseem, lucerne. Whereas range species, there are number of grass species are there. These are all of having high fodder value. Then coming to those constraints, I have divided them into different components like production level, research level, multiplication, farmers, market, as well as policy constraints. If we see one by one, the production level constraints, non-availability of the seed production technology, it's a little bit unusual to see that why seed production technology is not available, because mainly these crops are targeted towards the fodder production, not for seed production. So the seed production technology is lacking in many of the fodder species, as well as land availability. We are having a lot of competition with the food crops. Then fewer varieties in the seed chain and lack of hybrids. Then coming to that of the range species, there are n number of problems because these species are not domesticated at all. So in that we are having indeterminate growth. In the first figure you can see that the sit area where there is uneven maturity. In case of Indigofera, there you can see the green parts as well as those parts which have shattered. Means within the same inflorescence we can have differences. The third one is shattering problem. Fourth one is that X-ray photograph where you can see the bright spots. Those are all actual caryopsis containing fluff. Remaining are only fluff without any caryopsis. Then lodging, dormancy, like n number of problems are there in case of grasses. Coming to the research constraints, very few institutes are working on forages and fodder. Particularly at the national level, IGFR and Kazri, they are working on fodder, and in SIUs only few departments are there. And another thing is that fodder comprising, as I told, more number of crops, so concentrating on the things is very difficult, and poor resource allocation, research difficulties because of the minute size of the seed as well as that of the flowers and their difficulties in handling them, and breeding difficulties. What we are dreaming about the food crops that apomix is a common thing in case of grasses, but again it is a problematic in breeding problem. Means we want to have the variation, apomixis is very difficult to handle. Then lack of technology dissemination. Then coming to the multiplication level, no proper seed chain is common in case of many food crops also, but in fodder the main thing is that from foundation to certified it's mainly absent. Lack of sufficient government support and participation by government production agencies like NSC. Fewer private players, you can see the exhibition where very few, or I can say only one or two are there which are displaying their fodder, and resource constraints are almost everywhere. Then at the farmers level, yes, we can say that we can push this technology towards the farmer and participate remote, but it is very difficult that farmers are going to take up the seed production in case of fodder as the lean period of fodder coincides with the seed production. So farmers are not ready to take up the seed production, leaving that for their cattle without fodder. Then high production cost only if seed production is targeted without taking into the fodder as consideration, and less attractive due to lack of assured market. This is the main driving force, that if there is no market, no private players, no farmer is interested, so market constraints in that we should have a very organized market is required in case of fodder, which is absent at present condition. Then at the policy level constraints, each and everything has to be supplemented with the policy support, as many policy makers are here or those competent authorities are here. So they should give some importance to the policy on the fodder or fodder seed production, like allocation of resources, lack of subsidies, which is common in case of all food crops, but absent in case of fodder. Conflict of ownership. This is another important problem in case of India, that particularly when we see that fodder comes both under Department of Animal Husbandry as well as of Agriculture, because one is the consumer and one is the producer. Then lack of basic databases. This is also most of unfortunate thing. We don't have database in case of fodder, seed production, area, productivity. No databases are available. Lack of developmental programs and interdepartmental linkages. Now coming to that of the strategies, I feel strategies are such a thing like a cloud which is fully laden with water, but unless it downpours and reaches the ground, it is of no use. So we are dealing with those strategies. Like production level strategies, simple thing we can say that we have to follow the seed chain, but how? Who are the responsible people? Those things we have to target. Then seed production through farmer participatory approach. Then again we have to educate the farmers and show the importance of this fodder. Development of production niches and non-competitive land use. This is one of the important thing, because we are facing continuous conflict with that of the food crops. We have to target those non-competitive lands, particularly the forest wastelands, rangelands, grasslands. These are in India, nearly 85 million hectares of these things are available. So we have to target those things to produce or enhance the fodder as well as fodder seed production. And then we have to use alternate land systems. Like single system is now not the case. Like we have to use silviculture. Along with that of the silviculture, we have to use silvipasture system or hortipasture system. Now these are becoming the common things in most of the cases. Then we have to develop a fodder seed grid. This we have proposed in the last one consortium meeting also. It has been, now it is going to become the reality and it requires urgent attention. We are having mainly two sources like farmers as well as this forest department are our main clients, and different sources like production agencies, NSC, SSDCs, whereas animal husbandry, farms, private sector, milk cooperatives, SAUs, ICR, all these are supplying agencies. So there should be a linkage, and the flow of information from backflow of information should also be there, so that there is a complete transfer of these availability and supply, these gaps can be filled up. Then coming to that of research strategies, very specific package of practices regarding to that of the varietal specific fodder crops is required. Then increase to seed to ovule ratio. As I have seen that one of the problems is blank seed formation. So in this we have to target the increase to seed to ovule ratio. And here I can say that the Indian Grassland and Fodder Research Institute recently got 1 crore project to deal particularly on this aspect. We are studying on these things. And development of seed quality standards, yes, we are doing things, and still many crops are there which requires quality standards to be developed both at seed level as well as field level. Then development of cost innovative mechanization. Without mechanization, we cannot go forward, particularly to the huge areas of grasslands and rangelands. Then pace of release of new varieties and development of hybrids. Yes, in foreign countries, there are certain hybrids in case of grasses, but in India, there are no hybrids. Even in case of cultivated crops except sorghum, there are no hybrids in other fodder crops. Then strategies for seed multiplication, strengthening of the seed chain, and we should give the priority to that of the fodder, and greater involvement of public sector. Here, as I told that in the last year, we had a consortium meeting. There we proposed these things, and now the NSC is started collaborating with IGFRI, and the agri-innovative company of ICR has shown keen interest to develop a MOU with that of NSC and IGFRI to promote fodder production and fodder seed marketing. So such strategies we have to develop, involvement of both public and private sectors. Then awareness to the farmers to importance of this fodder. Actually what they will think is to feed anything to the animal, but we should tell them the importance of the fodder and its seed production. Then at the market level, marketing facilities need to be created, entrepreneurship need to be developed, and encouragement to the private sector, so that when private players included, there will be some infusion in the activity of this fodder seed production, which will enhance the productivity. Then policy level strategies, at present only 2 to 3% seed replacement rate is there, which is at least to be targeted to 20%. and reliable databases. Without any proper database, it is less like releasing an arrow into a dark without any target. So we should require databases. We need a target means we need a database. Then only we can have target-based approaches. Then strengthening of infrastructure. Subsidies, linkages, and mega developmental programs are towards the large scale, because in case of fodder, small areas are not suitable because if they will perish in very few years. So we require 50 hectares, 100 hectares, we should be targeted, not like 5 hectares, 10 hectares, because it cannot sustain for grazing pressures. Then some of the technological advancement, I will show that we have used the soft X-rays for the detection of the seed filling, as I told that blank seed formation in case of fodder, to know whether the seed is filled or not. We have used the soft X-ray technology. Then this is another important technology that has been developed, in vitro maturation. Particularly in case of guinea grass, we have developed this technology where I told that seed shattering is a problem, seed filling is a problem. We have used a hormonal solution. And it's simple technology by cutting the panicles and keeping them for 1 week, we can enhance the seed set and as well as reduce the shattering loss, field shattering loss. So with this is one of the technology. Then mechanical defluffing of Dinanath grass. You may see astonished that 50 kg bag of sugar bag will contain only 8 kg of Dinanath seed. Means such a voluminous seed, lightweight seed. So in that, it's very difficult to transport or in case of sowing purposes. So at this stage, we need to separate the caryopsis, which is very minute in size, less than 1 mm in size. So for those things, we need mechanization. Here we have tried with a existing technology like common cotton batting machine we have used. We have not developed any hi-fi technology, but by using this technology, we could separate those seeds, the true caryopsis, and this we want to modify it and release into a new machine. Then high density nursery. This is one of the technology which can be promoted. Very close spacing of NB hybrid stem cuttings will give into very good production. You can see the down figure where a lot of rooted slips can be formed without affecting the mother tussocks. Then in vitro rooting for long distance transports, and in case of barseem harvesting, if anyone is related to fodder, they might have heard that thousands of quintals of barseem seed is being imported every year into India, particularly from Egypt. So here, for enhancing that, we have found one suitable technology like harvesting at the physiological maturity. We can enhance the production by double the things. Such simple technologies should go towards the farmers. Then development of seed standards, we have already developed seed standards in certain species, which are going to be in the first quarter of the next year, we are going to give to DAC for approval. Then exogenous spray, some chemicals like some hormonals like IAA in case of guinea, kinetin, those have been identified for enhancing fodder production. And also I want to tell that preaching is, we are not only doing preaching, we are practicing those things. Like we had some success stories we told to the farmers and foresters, and we have made it realization that you can see that a barren forest area has turned into a fodder production in case with Dinanath, in case of MP. This is in case of Sholapur, we made into a lush green forest. Particularly the DFOs are very much in contact with us. Even before, just coming before, 1 day before, I had a talk with the DFO of Lalitpur. They want hundreds of kgs of seed, but we are not able to supply it. And even that National Mining Development Corporation, they are in collaboration with us to stabilize their mining fields. And not only these corporations or institutes, but also to the farmer level, this technology is being spreaded and which needs further spread. And fodder should be given importance so that it will give the overall sustenance of the human. Thank you. Thank you for your listening. I want to thank ICR as well as our institute for giving me this opportunity to come over here, as well as the organizers to allow me to present about the fodder seed and its problems and strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. Oh, we have one question. I think we've got time for one question because you're a bit quicker than the rest. A quick question.
It's audible, you can say it.
It's very rightly you have pointed out that this particular field, so even though it has got a lot of importance, in fact, even though we required about 355 million tons of the fodder seeds, but availability is already 15 to 20%. And just because of the neglect of the whole the system itself, unless we make a correct, what is called as a momentum created, it cannot be solved. This is, in fact, the production itself is a problem. and basically there is no support from any other sides. And marketing is the biggest the problem.
Right.
And anything is a problem. As you rightly said, it's a neglected field, and
Yeah.
the problems are each and everything is a problem here.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. It has to be, discussed in a very lengthy and take a very stringent and a very concrete decision in this kind of forums. So thank you very much for this good presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, everybody, let's thank Vijay again for his talk. Now we're going to have a tea break for 15 minutes and come back for the two final talks by Dr. Yadav and Dr. Ashok Kumar. So please have a quick coffee break, tea break, and be back here in 15 minutes. We will start the next session at 5 to 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Respected delegates, it's again one more time reminding you all to display the posters in the poster hall, opposite to this hall in GO4. Tomorrow there will be poster evaluation and best poster award and then best exhibitor award also will be given. All the respected delegates are kindly requested to come inside the hall. The more we delay, we get delayed tonight. All the delegates are requested to kindly come inside the hall. Chair is already on the dais. Please come inside the hall. We will be resuming the session immediately. I once again request all the respected delegates to kindly come inside the hall. I think next two speakers, O.P. Yadav and Ashok, both of you I think can come on to the dais, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now may I request both Dr. Yadav and Dr. Ashok, please come on to the dais. Church, New Delhi.
Good evening, everyone. Making a presentation immediately after tea, it's a significant advantage. So, thanks for chair and co-chair for putting me this advantage. The topic of my title is that the enhancing climate resilience and nutritional security through hybrids of maize and palm millet. So, at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers that they have allotted the topic of my choice, because both these crops, maize and palm millet, they are very dear to me. And this is the sequence in which I will be going through my presentation. When we talk of today, two issues are very critically important. One of them is the climate change and other is the nutritional security. And both these issues can be effectively addressed through cultivation of maize and palm millet. When we come to the climate change, you know, now we all know that climate change is a reality now. And it is expressed in form of more extreme weather events, higher temperature, new surge of diseases and pests. And if we don't take care of these factors right now, I think our food security will be a greater challenge. When we talk of the nutritional security, first one is the calorie deficiency, second is the protein deficiency, and third one is the micronutrient deficiency. When we compare the global status of the micronutrient deficiency, we see that India is no way different than the Africa, especially iron deficiency, zinc deficiency in pregnant women and also in the growing children. So why maize and palm nut are important in these two aspects? They are important because both of these crops are primarily rain-fed crops. They are important food, fodder and feed crops, and at the same time they are growing over more than 17 million hectares in the different parts of the country. When we come to the guiding principles in developing climate resilient crops, first one is to identify the constants. Coming down to maize and palm millet, now you know that water stress is the first, whether it is a drought or flooding. Another one is the low soil fertility and poor soil structure. At the same time, temperature extremes and economic status of the farmers who are growing palm millet and maize, it is also a kind of production constant. The first principle is that we have to characterize the target environment, and it has been done in India through a proper zonation so that the variation within zones is minimum and variation in terms of the climatical conditions it is maximum between the zones. As far as palm nut is concerned, we have identified 3 zones, and in maize, since the production ecology is much more diverse, in case of maize we have 5 zones across the country. Then we have to identify the combination of the traits, and the first guiding principle is that we have to match the crop duration with pattern of the moisture availability. This is very important in terms of deciding the duration of the crop. Second is that we have to identify we have to put the productivity level according to the resources that are available. Resources in terms of the nutrients, resources in terms of the rainfall. And then we have to ensure that there is a adequate amount of adaptation to the prevalent stresses in the different regions and ecology. And finally, whatever cultivar give to the choice, whatever cultivar give to the farmer, they have to meet the need of the local farmers. The approaches that we have been which I have been following and we continue to follow in both maize and palm nut is that first one is the use of the adapted local germplasm. This is a very, very important component. As I mentioned, very diverse ecological conditions. So adaptation of the local germplasm and its utilization in the breeding program is critically important. And then at the same time, we have to integrate the new germplasm for the genetic diversification. Then looking to the rain-fed nature of both the crops, I think in situ breeding and evaluation is very, very important, and this has been exactly what is being followed in the national program. And then also exploitation of the heterosis. Generally, it is argued that hybrids are made only for the favorable conditions, but India is one country which has shown that hybrids are popular and adopted by the farmers in one crop which is grown under most hostile agroclimatic conditions, and that is palm millet. Here, Peter, I'm showing you the example of a very comprehensive analysis that we did. 142 hybrids, 184 composites, evaluated under 94 environments over 10 years and across the states of Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Haryana, having the rainfall of less than 400 millimeters range, and you look at the relative advantage or disadvantage of the hybrids and composites. Hybrids are indicated in the red bar, and you see hybrids on an average are providing 20 to 30% higher grain yield than the composites or the traditional varieties. And if you compare best of the best hybrid with best of the best composite, advantage in terms of the hybrid goes up to 30 or 35%. So that's the one indication that hybrids are really very well adapted. If you review the genetic improvement program of the palm millet in our country, you see the whole last 60 years, 70 years can be divided into 4 distinct phases. Each phase consisting of 15 years, and you see these are the 4 phases, and let us see what has happened. In the first phase, very few open pollinated varieties were grown, no hybrids. In the early 60s, mid 60s, hybrids were started to come up in palm millet, and in the next 15 years, we developed 17 hybrids. Then in next 15 years, 40 hybrids were released, and in the last 20 years, 74 hybrids have been released, and they were adopted by the farmers. Now you see what has happened. You see, these are the 4 phases. Peter, I draw your kind attention. Chair, sir. Peter, I draw your kind attention over here. So these are the 4 phases of palm millet improvement program of the country. In each phase is 15 years, and the figure that you are seeing here, 5.5 kg per hectare per year improvement in the productivity. And you see, as we move forward, of course, the productivity at the national level is increasing, but at the same time, the rate of improvement of the productivity per year is increasing, with the result that in the last 15 years, the rate of improvement is almost double than what we got rate of improvement in the previous phase. When we take example of maize, we continued with the local material and traditional cultivars up to 57. When the maize program was established, then hybrids were started, but they couldn't take off because of the various issues related to the seed production program. Then we switched over to composites and multi-parent hybrid, and again between up to 2002 composites and hybrids. But from year 2000 onwards, a great emphasis was laid on the single cross hybrids, and let us see what has happened. A similar kind of the 5 phases, what we have witnessed in palm millet. Let us see the relative performance, relative achievements in those 5 phases, and this is here. You see, again they see similar kind of trend. And the first phase, 27 kg per hectare per year. Next, 24 kg, first phase, third phase, then 33 kg per hectare. And fourth phase, almost similar to palm millet. The rate of improvement in the crop productivity is almost more than double. So the hybrid development is the most important strategy. Because of the higher productivity, we are getting more crop per drop. hybrids have more drought tolerance, and most important thing is that it is very easy to amalgamate, to combine the combination of the traits that are available in the two distinct parental lines. That's the distinct advantage hybrids are providing. And productivity gain has been tremendous during the last 10 years, both in case of maize and palm millet. At the same time, it's very important that we have to synergize the hybrid technology with the production technology. And it is here that one of the important interventions is that the planting density has been significantly improved, both in maize as well in case of palm millet. Similarly, the cropping system has been adequately systematized in the different ecologies, and also adequate fertilization is being adopted by the farmers. Moisture conservation techniques are also being adopted by the farmers. Now look at the impact of the hybrid on the two crops which are the primarily rain-fed. Let us compare all the 5 crops. %. This is exclusively due to the greater adoption of the hybrids. And how could we do that? There are different reasons. One is, you see, the integration, the priority of both the public and private sector towards hybrid development. When we talk of the hybrids released since 2008, look at the number of the hybrids developed by the private sector in case of maize and public sector. Similarly, in case of palm millet, both the sectors are developing equal number of the hybrids for the different ecologies, with the result that we are giving much wider choice to the farmer in the different ecologies. Adoption of the hybrid in both the crops, more than 65% of the area under maize and palm millet is under hybrids. Availability of hybrids in the 60 to 90 days duration in palm millet, and from 75 to 120 days in case of maize. And this is the choice, Peter. The farmers are able to choose the hybrids according to the phenology, according to the requirement. And you see, the recovery of the seed cost that farmers invest more in terms of the hybrid seed, if he gets 5 to 10% higher seed yield through hybrids, which in case I showed you around 20 to 25%, so additional investment is recovered very well, even if the farmer is getting 5% yield advantage, and practically he's getting 25 to 30% yield advantage. Another very important intervention that has happened in the last decade is the adoption of the improved seed production technologies. And you see, you go to the Nizamabad or Eluru area in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and the farmers' innovations have evolved so strongly. The seed technologists are recommending 1:4 ratio of the male and female in the hybrid seed production of palm millet. But see what farmer is doing. Farmer is getting up to 1:20, 1 male row and 20 female row. And now the seed production plot, yield in the seed production plot is up to 25 quintals per hectare, something which was not imaginable 10 years before. And the innovative farmers had shown that this is the yield obtainable with the inbreds, what to talk of the hybrids. Another thing is a very strong and creative marketing by the private sector, marketing of the hybrids. And 2 examples, see, a full bogie has been booked by the Pioneer Overseas to market their hybrids. So wherever this train goes, it carries the message that you grow the hybrids and you be rich. Okay? Now another issue is the biofortification to the nutritional security. Biofortification research in these 2 crops have been addressed through 4 major issues. Number 1, we have assessed what is the genetic variation. Second is the screening techniques to enhance the breeding efficiency, and then how to advance the breeding lines and develop the hybrids which are superior in their nutritional quality, and then development of the high yielding hybrids. These are the variation in case of germplasm, but in case of improved material also, there's a lot of variation in palm millet for the iron content. And similarly, the very effective and very rapid screening techniques are available. The genetic studies have been conducted, and they indicate that both additive and non-additive genetic variance is important. And this is the current status. Dhanshakti, the variety of the palm millet identified by the ACRI palm millet, it was released in the year 2012. Now it is being grown in the different parts of the country, particularly in Karnataka and Maharashtra, and many more hybrids are in pipeline. In case of maize, the superior quality of the micronutrients is addressed through the development of the quality protein maize, which has very distinct advantages as food, as feed, and also there are a lot of the products that are available. And now you see, in comparison, unlike in the past, the hybrids of the QPM are having the yielding ability up to 10 to 11 tons per hectare. This is something again which was not imaginable 10 years before. At the same time, we are also addressing to develop the hybrid of the maize through marker assisted selection, and two hybrids have already been released in the different ecologies. At the same time, we are trying to integrate quality protein maize with high protein, with high provitamin A, and the results are again very encouraging, and the new products are 15 times higher in the provitamin A as compared to the base material that we used. So lessons learned from the biofortification is that we have been lucky so far, lucky in the sense that not enough efforts have gone, but only thing that we have identified, we have so far utilized the kind of natural genetic variation available in the material. But biofortification needs to be integral part of the crop improvement program, and for that, most important component which I will be looking forward is the very strong and assured funding at the national and international level, in addition to the partnership, particularly with the CG centers like ICRISAT and CIMIT. But is having products enough? No, it is not enough, because the quality is a hidden trait. We have to integrate the quality along with the proper policy. So we have to gear up to meet the next challenge, and for that, to provide the climate resilient maize and palm millet, first we have to search for the additional greater stress tolerance, and in addition to that, we have to use new biotechnological tools and precise phenotyping. Another important intervention, that individual stress doesn't come alone. Often we have seen that within the same season, we get drought as well as flood in palm millet. In maize. So we have to integrate the stress tolerance not only to drought but also to the flood in the same season in the same variety. So I would like to give three conclusions here. Number one, there has been highly impressive growth in productivity of both palm millet and maize. Role of both of these crops will be greater in climate change scenario and also in the crop diversification in future, and very critical role in providing nutrient security by both these crops. So in the end, I would like to say, let us thank God for creating these two wonderful crops. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yadav. Why to thank God? We thank Yadav for bringing this knowledge to the scientists here, that we have the wherewithal and the germplasm to meet the drought scenario we are facing today in the country. Actually, he has given us a very good insight into the productivity of both the crops over the historically. I think it's a very good information. Thank you, Yadav. Any questions, please?
the seed is so very important. Unless seed is protected, it won't protect the plant. And unless plant is protected, planet will not be protected. All of us know, most of the slides are telling us. But most of the technologies today are, the risks are there in the not in the technology, but in the transcending the technology into the field. What I am trying to say is, the technologies are to be oriented for the climatic changes today. For instance, when we talk of rain-fed pigeon pea, in which I am a farmer, most of the technologies are not really reaching to the conditions of the climatic change. For instance, without weedicide, we were able to do through soil mulching. That is one technology, all right. But how far that would protect a seed? Now, most of the time, seed health is mistaken, or seed quality is mistaken for health. So no doubt breeding will produce good quality, but the job is not ending there. The problem starts with the technology. See, now most of the times protectant is used, and it doesn't allow the rhizobium or other treatments to be progressive, because the thyrum job ends only up to the storage. When you have to treat the seed for other benefits inside the soil, much of it is lost. In the sense, the rhizobium, the thyrum will not protect the rhizobium. So these technologies should not be limited to certain extent. They have to progress till up to the protection of plant health. So what I am trying to say is, the solution in solving the problem should not become a problem for the ultimate solution. In other words, the thyrum which protects the seed up to the protection point is not allowing the seed treatment like rhizobium to be taken care for nodulation or say better nitrogen fixation. So these are all the implements in the solution. So the solutions will have to be last mile and then the last farmer and to the last specific site. Therefore the zonation and other things are all right, where you have to see the breeding genetics and the ecology to go together. So the technology should be to the extent of the zones. And so to that extent, though the scientific advancements are so good in India, they are not percolating to the fields. This is where I request universities to take these things forward up to the last point of the site or the farmer or the last mile. Thank you.
Yeah. In this regard, we have a session tomorrow with the farmers. This issue will be discussed in that session. Any more questions, please? Thank you, Yadavji, once again. Ashok, please.
Good evening. I will not take much time for introductions so that I can save some time because I have only 15 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Yadav. You pose a very nice question that, what are the constraints in sorghum for increasing the productivity? Sorghum has two very contrasting situations where the crop is grown in a rainy season, post-rainy season, and also in summer season, of course, a bit. So while rainy season, the area is coming down, but the productivity is going up. That's also one reason why area is coming down in sorghum. The hybrid adoption is very, very high, so everything is rosy. But the biggest chunk of sorghum is grown in the post-rainy season where everything is a constraint. So to address that constraint, actually, we have brought about a kind of technological advancement and dissemination of those technologies, and an innovative seed consortium, wherein actually we can increase tremendously our seed production ability and commercialization so that the seed replacement ratio in India goes up. So that is a typical kind of a case study I'm going to present you this evening. So just those of you who are not very familiar with post-rainy sorghum, this is nothing but rabi sorghum, typically. And what is the importance of it in the country, and what are the major constraints, and what's the progress actually to address those constraints, particularly the biophysical constraints. And thereon, then what's the status of product development and dissemination, and what are the lessons learned in the process? Where did we reach? And how seed is a constraint in the system, and what's the mechanism, ways and means actually we can increase the production and dissemination. Then how best we can sustain whatever is achieved. So that is in principle the contents in this presentation. Post-rainy sorghum is grown on more than 4 million hectares in India. Very typical adaptation, because nowhere in the world you can see such a large area in the post-rainy season. But that's very critical to some states of India, may not be pan-Indian presence, but for Maharashtra and northern Karnataka, it's the lifeline actually. And parts of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, it is grown. Where the monsoon, it is grown after cessation of rain, so purely on residual moisture in the black soil. So we looked at the adoption rates of various crops, particularly sorghum in different countries. A very contrasting situation in India, where in the rainy season, seed adoption, hybrid adoption rate is more than 90%. In states like Maharashtra, more than 95 actually. But if you see the post-rainy sorghum, it is 20 or even less than 20. So that's a kind of too wide disparities in the system. This is because of the kind of product you have, the kind of constraints you have, and also the farmer's preference. These are the three things that decide this adoption rates here. And also the requirements of farmers are different. As I mentioned, they want higher quality grain and stover, keeping in terms of like understanding the genetic mechanisms behind various systems, various constraints, and how to address them. Particularly one of the major constraints in post-rainy sorghum is very narrow genetic base. If you have seen the cultivars, actually even the breeder who them genetic base of rabi sorghum is very, very narrow. There is a greater need to pump larger variability by using sources from different countries. So that we started few years ago. Now we brought lines from Ethiopia, Yemen, and also parts of India, but not in Maharashtra, Karnataka, but other parts with similar grain characteristics, and also from Cameroon. So we brought a good number of lines, and now making large number of crosses and diversifying the genetic base of post-rainy sorghum so that you can get excellent segregants with farmers and market preferred quality. And also one challenge in post-rainy sorghum is the day length decreases. So that means the genotypes which can sensitize that and respond to that, and which can take advantage of the situation and comes to flowering, will actually produce more grains. So this is one factor again, very challenging for improvement, but still we found there are good differences in the genetic variation in the genotypes for this trait, and we are using photoperiod sensitive genotypes for improving the post-rainy sorghum materials. And cold is another very challenging situation. Actually, in last week of December and early January. That's the time actually post-rainy sorghum comes to flowering. But at that time actually the temperatures can go down to as low as less than 8 degrees also in some parts of Maharashtra and Karnataka, particularly Maharashtra. So only those genotypes actually which can maintain the pollen production ability even under such low temperatures can only give good seed set and good seed yield. So those again we found in the controlled conditions, we found that yes, there is good variability in the Rabi sorghum material for cold or reproductive period cold tolerance, and we are bringing that variability into the breeding programs now. This is again same case. You can see the top right hand side panicle. If you keep a panicle exposed to the normal temperatures, that's a kind of seed setting. But if you reduce the minimum temperatures to, let's say, less than 10 degrees, 5 degrees, like that, the seed set percentage goes down drastically. So that trait we need to exploit. The ones possessing high seed set percentage, we should use more in the breeding programs. So some new varieties have been already developed by Indian National Program, and also some of them, of course, are also in partnership with ICRISAT. Some recently developed breeding materials, which whenever we develop any material, first we share with the Indian National Program here, because Rabi is a very, very important segment. There are good number of sorghum varieties which are giving much higher yield than the most popular cultivar, that is Maldandi, people call it M35-1, which are quality-wise slightly better than Maldandi, but yield-wise even 30 to 40% higher yielding than Maldandi. Similarly, we showed for the first time that you can develop very good hybrids in post-rainy sorghum, again with good quality, what is liked by the market and farmers, but at the same time have at least 20 to 25% yield heterosis over the best open pollinator variety, that is M35-1. Okay. So while we are doing all this exercise in the on-station experiments, we worked with a large number of farmers, particularly in Maharashtra state, with the funding support by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation under a project called HOPE. So in the last 5 years, we worked with more than 40,000 farmers by now. Every year we used to choose at least 8 to 10,000 farmers. We used to disseminate whatever the improved varieties we have, the management practices we have, and all the water conservation techniques the scientists have developed. Everything we used to disseminate. And by end of the project, actually, after 5-6 years, now there is a visible change in the way the post-rainy sorghum is cultivated in Maharashtra. That is, the production of the grain yield has been increased by almost 40%. The stover yield has been increased by more than 30% actually in almost more than 40,000 farmers' fields. And this knowledge is now disseminated to more than 300,000, that is 3 lakh farmers in Maharashtra state. So this kind of stupendous success with the help of partners has been extensively actually published elsewhere, and even the CGR website has carried a very important study how the HOPE increased the sorghum yields in India. So then after 3 years of the project, now when an early adoption study was made, like what's the situation now? There is still increased productivity, that's up to almost 35%. The yield gap, in the morning there was a presentation, how the yield gaps are there on station and on farm yield gaps in various countries. So that's a real challenge in post-rainy sorghum also. So this effort actually, the technology product development dissemination efforts have reduced the yield gaps by 25 to 35%. The most importantly, the income enhanced by 33 to 44%. This is one significant contribution we made over years. For every one farmer we work directly, 5 to 6 non-HOPE farmers, means non-project farmers also benefited, because these are all OPVs. The seed is shared from one person to the other, friends to relatives and all. And even the management technologies are disseminated en masse, so many people got benefited in the process. But the big chunk of partners, not only the national program and all, but the Department of Agriculture, Mahabi, Seed Certificate, many people have played a role in this exercise. So when we have done, we noticed that, as mentioned in the past by past speakers also, the seed was coming as a most important constraint, because why people are using old obsolete varieties? They are not getting any better varieties than whatever they have. Or whether if they get also, they are not very happy with their performance. So that was a kind of situation. So in this entire effort, what we tried to do is, what we did is actually we changed the way the seed is available. Like, we made them to produce their own seed. We supplied the improved variety seed to them, and we taught them how to produce their own seed and disseminate themselves. So within no time, actually, the seed reached many people now. At least in 3 to 5 lakh farmers now grow improved varieties in Maharashtra since the time we started. So one of the but a substantial amount of Rabi sorghum seed is marketed by the private sector also. By seeing all this, then we come out with an innovative seed consortium wherein we brought all the institutions together, both the public and private sector institutions. One gentleman actually, he's sitting here actually, Mr. Jayant Deshmukh, right? So in this actually the Department of Agriculture played a very key role, and the Mahabij, which is one of the world's greatest seed agency, I feel, by virtue of their service and their size actually, and the kind of efforts they are making in R&D and dissemination. So we brought all of them. In addition to that, ICRISAT, Indian Institute of Millet Research, MPKV Rahuri, VNMKV Parbhani, so, and Seed Certification NC, all these people and the private sector, we brought them into kind of one platform, and we formed a seed consortium in 2013. So what's the model we have here is like the institutions, the R&D institutions will do the kind of, we make the selection for where the seed has to be produced, what varieties, and who will be the farmers, their training, and supplying the breeder seed, required breeder seed and foundation to them. So those things we took care of, all the institutions. So the Department of Agriculture and Mahabij actually helped in the extension process. Mahabij gave a very, very interesting thing, that is a buyback agreement. So they gave the seed farmers that when you produce a seed, we will buy back the seed from you and we pay you at least 20% higher than the market price. But actually last year, when the market price is 1500 rupees a quintal, Mahabij paid 2700 rupees. It's almost 90% higher than the market price. So that's how the seed production actually is going like a wildfire in Maharashtra now, and the model is clicking well. So this is how we divided the whole sorghum cultivation area in Maharashtra, and each year we targeted, we need to reach 25%, by this time 30%, 50% like that. And we targeted foundation seed production in a way that by 4 or 5 years of this work, at least 40 to 50% of Maharashtra area should be under improved varieties. So by this effort, what happened in 2013, we produced, this seed consortium efforts produced 295 tons, that is 2,95,000 kg seed, which almost covered the seed requirements of 30,000 farmers. During 2014, we covered 1 lakh farmers. 100,000 farmers got the improved variety seed. In 2015, now we have taken up the area in spite of such a difficult drought situation in almost entire country, including Maharashtra. The seed, the crop is already planted in more than 2,000 hectares actually for seed production, which we assume, at least going by our previous record, should cover at least 2 lakh farmers by next year. So that's how the seed consortium is progressing. And when we assessed the economics of seed production vis-a-vis a normal crop, the return to cost ratio is very high in the seed production because it is coming to 2.21 when compared to a grain crop of 1.44. This we know because the seed production is definitely, the productivity is higher, and also the price they achieve is very, very high. And the Department of Agriculture under National Food Security Mission program, they're also giving subsidies to the seed farmers. They're extending all the subsidies possible to the seed farmers. So that way it is more remunerative for them to grow. So with that actually we are trying to increase the seed replacement ratio, and eventually we reach, I think, at least maize productivity maybe in course of time. Okay? But of course, there are certain aspects required for the seed consortium to actually sustain in future. One is varietal denotification. Particularly the old and obsolete varieties should be denotified, which ICR also agreed. Actually, the M35-1 denotification proposal is already submitted. So of course SSR need to be increased. And of course targeting, actually the kind of product you give should be very, very specific to the targeted area. That is one fundamental. For example, whole of Maharashtra is, one variety is not suitable there. You need to see the soil depth there. Everything is more or less black soil, but soil depth is there is a lot of difference. So medium, deep, shallow soils like that. So there are genotypes specific to those kind of ecologies. So we need to only promote them in the seed production also. Of course, mechanization is very critical in seed production and also in overall crop production. So mechanical harvester is something we are working in this project. And also seed storage, in the morning also we have seen if temperature is not good or moisture, particularly the relative humidity play a very critical role in seed germination. So you need to have very, very good proper storage facilities like triple plastic bags. So those kind of means we have encouraged already. People are using them in Maharashtra. And introduction of hybrids, of course. That's why once the hybrids are there and they are accepted by farmers, private sector is indeed will be very happy to take them up. We have already developed certain hybrids and parents. We organized a field day in early this year, January this year, and we showcased to most of the private seed companies, which they are quite convinced, and hopefully in next few years people will have products in the market. And of course policy and funding support frame is very, very critical. And the big thing is when you plan such a massive seed production programs, very unusual things happen. For example, you see the kind of snow you are seeing here. This is not a Kashmir actually, this is Maharashtra. It was affected by the hailstorm during early 2014. You can see the seed crop down, it is a totally lodged. Very excellent crop, actually each panicule was so big, but it was all lodged but still, in spite of those constraints, if all the institutions, if we have a real common program and if we work together, we can really make a difference in the lives of people. So I wish to thank all the partners, particularly the Department of Agriculture, the Indian National Program, the IIMR, VNMKV, MPKV, and of course our donor. Of course, Mahabij, who is our biggest partner here, and our donor, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for this exercise. And thanks for the organizers for giving this opportunity to share these results with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashok. Any questions, please? माइक दीजिए भाई उनको थोड़ा.
But that is it any, do you come across any variety which really replace the M35-1?
Yeah.
That is also.
A very nice question, sir. Actually, when we started this exercise maybe 5-6 years ago, this was a fundamental question. But the point is, when you make a blind test for the people, if you serve a roti made from M35-1 and a roti made from a Kharif hybrid, they can't distinguish. Nobody can distinguish actually. It's only a kind of a kind of thinking that M35-1 is, I agree that it's superior, it's very beautiful variety. But it doesn't mean that there are no varieties better than that. Actually, in the whole project areas where we worked, after now even 3 years after we leaving those locations, people are using the new varieties, not M35-1. So that means what? It's not that they don't like the new one, because they don't have access to those seeds, simple. As if when they see the benefit of the new improved variety, definitely they continue with that, when the seed is available. But if it is not available, yes, definitely they like to go with the old variety, which is actually liked by them. So that's the situation. But now there are excellent varieties and even hybrids coming up that can actually match or even beat M35-1. So that's a reality today.
Dr. Ashok has excellently presented how the old varieties has to be phased out.
He's there.
Has to be phased out to give a place to the research products, research fruits. In fact, the recently released varieties have got very good advantage of disease resistance and as well as the biotic and as well as the abiotic stress resistance. Despite of that, the new varieties are not moving. And in his presentation as a case study, excellently presented. If we can program in a systematic way, a success can be achieved. Because a variety like M35-1 replacement is very, very difficult. And I do not know how the people have come forward to put forth the proposal of the denotification. It is really a surprising news, a denotification of M35-1. Because in many parts of your country, it is a ruling variety, particularly in the Rabi season is concerned. So your presentation is very good, and I really congratulate for such a presentation. This should be taken as an example by both particularly the private sector. In fact, much of the seed is produced and distributed by the private sector. The people
Morning, sir.